Use yellow. Use yellow.
Mask one.
Yeah, use it.
That says finals.
Okay, and that one?
Did one.
Yeah, that'd be great one. So use that one. Okay. That's what happens when you switch computers. It's not an exact copy. Overlay, sorry. Oh, it's an overlay. So just click one.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hit two. Nah, it's because of the stream deck. No. Just click on one there. It's because of the stream deck. And then when you hit one, you come up with that.
The DVR's connected, right? Because it's sending it.
It's getting it. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's
How are
this
you?
is what's coming
Yeah, good.
through the
Thanks.
stream.
For second and third amongst some JTC and Shenton crews.
It was beautiful.
I can't hear anything. Are you getting this? Not hearing anything over there.
I was going to say with this guy.
Isn't
trying to find where the microphones are.
here.
Is that working at the moment?
No.
And through the second race of the day, it looks like all schools leading the way as they come into the final 50 metres with A&A hot in their heels. And it looks like Shenton College 4 in lane 8 looks to be taking out the third place. Some fiery racing in the 500 metres with these second division of the Year 9 schoolgirls quad. Is it mixed quad or schoolgirls?
Mixed.
And it looks like a Shenton crew at the back of the field are having some boat issues as they paddle through the last 250 metres of the race. So that's
Okay, here we have the schoolboys open single scull, Division 1. Lane 8, Banjo Morris Luck out to a lead through the halfway point. In lane 7, Dylan Capewell from UWA. In lane 6, Nishan Sana or from All Saints. In lane 5, Christopher Drury. In lane 4, from Westies, Caden Simmons. In lane 3, Taj Bryan from Fremantle. And in lane 2, Scott Armstrong from JTC.
All round, some fantastic conditions for racing so far. Much of improved from the previous all schools regattas, and it's really great to see schoolboys single sculls absolutely bashing it out.
Last regatta, All Schools 2, we are missing Jeremy Favell, who won this division, and Dylan Capewell, who's currently in lane 7, sitting in second place, came second. And we were missing Banjo Morris Luck, who's out in a lead with at least 2 boat lengths on Dylan over in lane 8. It's a good race here from the senior boys, always a very highly contested race in the schoolboy single. And I'm sure they're going to be looking and eyeing out for a state championship title in 2 weeks' time.
And as they're winding their way close to the red boys, they'll start to get a fair bit of cheering from their fellow classmates around the on the green. So let's see how they see this last 250. An excellent wind coming throughout the field. Looks like anything could happen in these last 200 metres, but it looks like Swan River Lane 8 will be taking it out.
And the crowd have come down to the bank. Can't quite see it offside on the screen, on the live stream, but the fans are definitely cheering for these Div 1 senior schoolboy scullers as Banjo makes his way to the last kind of 150 metres. He's got a good press there, nice and sharp catches. He's got a wind from Dylan Capewell. He's known and famous for his winds that he had at Nationals this year in Tasmania, overtaking crews galore. But it looks like Banjo might just have enough length out on him. And Banjo Morris Luck will take out the schoolboys single scull, Div 1, with Dylan Capewell coming in close behind into second. And in third place from All Saints, Nishan Sana. Well, Jed, conditions today have been absolutely beautiful so far. I know earlier in the week the forecast wasn't looking that crash hot, but we are lucky today. These kids have had rain for All Schools 1 and All Schools 2, so it's beautiful to have some sunshine and some flat water.
Yeah, it seems this way in the winter with the Pennant and All Schools that we keep getting gusty winds, crosswinds, headwinds, and a lot of rain. So I, for one, am pretty happy to be here when it's flat water. Even happier to be here and not racing and not dealing with that stress myself. So, congrats to all the school kids racing out here today, and fantastic conditions.
Just grab yours.
So our first 2 races of the day, we did have All Saints take out the school's mixed Year 9 Cox Quad in Div 1 and Shenton College take out the school's mixed Year 9 Cox Quad in Div 2. Div 3 also was taken out by Shenton College. So we're moving on here to the Div 2 of the schoolboys open single scull. In lane 8, we have from Shenton College, Bailey Butler. In lane 7, from Swan River Rowing Club, Oliver Smith. In lane 6 from JTC, Luke Wandell. In lane 5 from Shenton College, Archer Phillips. In lane 4 from All Saints, we have Nithin Shivakumar. And in lane 3 from Westies, we have Denzel Faifar.
And already coming through the 500, it looks like a very mixed field on the live stream. Obviously, it looks a lot closer when you're at water's level. And it looks like Shenton College Archer Phillips appears to be out in front, rating considerably higher than his peers in the field.
So at last regatta, we had Caden Simmons from Westies take out this division. So Bailey Butler has come through today. And all of our single scull races, they're all seeded. So they are ranked on fastest time. So Div 2 will be the next 8 that are fastest from the previous regattas. And in lane 5, Archer Phillips, he is out in front with a couple of leads ahead from the JTC sculler, who's rowing well, Luke Wandell. But it looks like this Shenton College rower, he's going out and he's going to chase Dylan Capewell's time from Div 1 and hopefully get into that top C come all-school state champs. He's got about 50 metres left from Archer Phillips, and he's crossed the line out in first place of Div 2, closely followed by Luke Wandell from JTC and Bailey Butler from Shenton College in lane 8.
Awesome effort in the schoolboys single scull. Always some fantastic racing. And the drone definitely makes it look like bigger gaps than it is. It's quite close up in the field and anything can happen in only a 1K race. And Lara and I, being UWA-BC people, can't promise to be unbiased commentators, so we'll do our best to be impartial.
And with that, we do have a UABC hosted regatta, so if you are down here at Champion Lakes, come get your bacon and egg roll with extra bacon and hash brown. There is soup, there is chili con carne, there's nachos, sweet treats, you name it, and an incredible array of raffle hampers. So get on down here. If you're at home and thinking I want to have a nice sunny day out at Champion Lakes on a Saturday, where else would you rather be? It's down here. Come get a raffle ticket, come get a good barbecue. We'll support Shenton College rowing in UABC. So we're moving on to the schoolboy single scull, Div 3. In lane 8, we have from All Saints, Connor Gee. In lane 7 from JTC, Alexander Roberts. In lane 6, also from JTC, Joseph Scott. In lane 5 from ANA, Marco McDonnell. In lane 4 from Shenton College, Aaron Vahidi. In lane 3 from Westies, Hamish Gardner.
And these boys are coming to the last 250 now. Given their wine, it looks like to be a reasonably even field, particular between Shenton College and ANA, it looks like, in lane 4 and 5. Seem to be going stroke for stroke at the moment. I'm going to say it looks like Shenton slightly ahead from this angle and from the commentating tower. And this looks like a real tight race for Div 3 of the Open Schoolboys Scull. Could be anyone's race. I saw a glance to the left from the Shenton athlete, and it looks like he's half a canvas ahead. Both looking side by side for the last of the race, and Shenton takes out the win. Big win for the Shenton Scullers. Then All Saints, JTC, West, and the last JTC Sculler to round out the field. Congrats, boys. Awesome race.
Yeah, there's a good little tight battle there between the Shenton College athlete and the ANA athlete. Awesome racing for those two schoolboy scullers. And we always like to see tight racing here at Champion Lakes, and these seeded divisions really do provide that. So we'll be moving on to the schoolboys single scull Div 4. This is our last of our schoolboy single sculls for today. So in lane 8 from Swan River, we have Everett Pavic. In lane 7 from Shenton College, Alexander Pitchen. In lane 6 from Perth Modern. Well, unfortunately, I don't have a first name here. In lane 5 from Shenton College, we have Matthew Williams. In lane 4 from Perth Modern, we have Johan Nago. And in lane 3 from Shenton College, we have Luca Mari Song.
And it looks like from our angle that the race is yet to start. So still sitting at the 2K with boats lining up.
All right, so Div 4 of the schoolboys single scull is off to a start. These boys are our last div of the schoolboys single scull today. All eyeing off fast times to be seeded into higher divs come all school state champs in 2 weeks' time.
And from our angle on the live stream, it looks like a Shenton Sculler in lane 4. And also Shenton Sculler in lane 7. Here to be the two fighting it out for a win. Looks like a good battle as they're moving to about 600 metres to go as they pass the start of the island that we're all currently on. And it's just a matter of who can rate highest and get their blade in with water like this and absolutely dog it down the course in the schoolboys single scull. One of the most exciting races of this regatta. And yeah, it appears to be Shenton College 4, lane 7, Alexander Pitchin, taking out the lead, about a length clear of lane 4 at the moment. Let's see what these boys can pull out as they get towards the last 250. They're probably at about 400 metre mark. And we'll see how many crowds are lining the edge. As classic schoolboy rowing, you got to row a little bit taller, a little bit stronger as soon as you're passing all your mates, so you look better. While also looking left and right to make sure you're winning. So yeah, well done, Alexander. Confidently showing the lead now, has really extended his lead in the last minute. And showing the way, trying to get his way into the Div 3 next time for next regatta.
So with flat conditions like these, it makes it a lot easier to handle the single scull. With our other bigger boats, we usually have a coxswain in our quads and our 8s at all schools, and they're in charge of steering, but these boys are out there doing it independently through the pressure of their blades. So they're in charge of not only keeping their own straight line, but also racing their race. So it's always impressive to see these young athletes out here racing the single scull. And we see the Shenton College rower here in lane 7 has put some lengths into the rest of the pack. And he's in the red boys now. Should be hearing the crowd as they're cheering him come through. Sitting up a little bit taller, as Jed said, don't we all? Got to make sure those catches look nice and sharp for the parents taking the photos on the bank. And Alexander can row these final 10 strokes here with a lot of pride. He's done a good job getting some length into the rest of the pack and doing it for his school pride. So a good little celebration there from Alexander from Shenton College. A bit of a splash of the water. Love to see it. As his crewmate comes across the line in lane 5, Matthew Williams. Well done to Matthew coming into second. Followed by Swan River Rowing Club in lane 8, coming into third place. So well done Everett Mavic there coming through. Rounding out the pack with our 2 Perth Modern scullers. So awesome work, boys. That rounds out our schoolboy single scull races as we move on to the schoolgirl single scull races.
And just to plug a bit of Shenton pride, well done Shenton having 5 scullers through this, and Perth Modern having 5. Shenton having 6 and Perth Modern 5. Having 4. Really good to see scullers into the field.
So results from our schoolboys single sculls. In Div 1, we did have Bandra Morrislock come in with the fastest time, 3:29 over 1,000 metres. And all of our divisions have followed the same trajectory. Div 2 coming in at 3 minutes 50 with Shenton College, Archer Phillips. So all those divisions are seeded, and it looks like not much will change for all school state champs, but all the maths has to be done now in the next 2 weeks to ensure that that racing is balanced and fair. But that Div 1 race is looking particularly fast. So we'll move on to the schoolgirls single sculls. In lane 8, we have from Westies Evelyn James. In lane 7, from Shenton College, Sophie Fitzgerald. In lane 6, from Guildford, Emma Jarvis. In lane 5, from Shenton College, Eleanor Frank. In lane 4, from Fremantle, Briar Froud. In lane 3, from JTC, Lily Lucas. And in lane 2, from Swan River, Millie Maharich. So this, Jed, is an exceptional race. There is such high quality athletes in this race. We've got the WA Schoolgirls Pathways Quad who won gold. We've got 3 members of that quad in this race, Evie, Briar and Eleanor. And we got these girls also do compete at nationals in previous years and the year just been. So, and they'll all be eyeing off for potential Youth 8 selections coming up as well. So these girls are very highly regarded, and there's going to be a really close race today. And when we come to all school state champs for that title in 2 weeks' time, I think this is going to be one of the most highly contested races.
And then in addition to that, we also have lane 7, Sophie Fitzgerald, recently won bronze in the Club Women's 4 at Nationals alongside Lara Glendenning, who's sitting beside me, as well as 2 of the Shenton coaches, Grace and Stricko. So yeah, a lot of really high caliber rowers in this Div 1 of the Schoolgirls Open Scull. So I'm really keen to see how this race plays out. At this stage, it appears to be Lily Lucas in the lead from John 23rd.
Yeah, so Lily's got at least just a boat length off from Briar in lane 3. Now, Sophie Fitzgerald won this race last regatta. She's in that pink boat in lane 7. But Lily Lucas has this early lead out in lane 3. So she's coming up to the Red Boys now. Hopefully JTC are down at their tent, down at the bank, cheering her through. And she's got a little tight battle here with Briar. And these athletes have been competing against each other for at least the last kind of 4 years, and they're also competing with each other, sometimes for the same club as well, at pennant regattas. So they all train very similar. They know the kind of ins and outs of each other. It's just who can manage to find that gap on the day. We've entered the red boys now. Lily Lucas is going to look at trying to do a little bit of a wind. O'Brien enters the red boys as well. They'll be keeping each other in their peripheral just to make sure that they are still got contact. Briar just holding that length from Lily. Like, isn't just managing to push away from her just yet as Briar tries to attempt to go for a little wind here, but she may just run out of water. Lily can hold her off, then she'll have this win in the bag. There's also a tight battle here for third as well going on with Sophie from Shenton, Emma from Guildford, and Eleanor as well from Shenton in the middle. So awesome racing from these girls. It looks like Lily's just got that length out ahead and she's held off Briar's wine, which is super impressive there. So well done to both of those girls. Lily Lucas crosses the line in first place with Briar closely followed in second. And it's a battle here between Sophie and Emma for that third place. And Sophie has just got across the line in her beautiful pink boat with Eleanor coming in fifth. So awesome racing, girls. I have no doubt that would have been very fast as well. And it's just great to see such a high calibre of athletes racing here at all schools. A shout out to Eleanor Frank. She won in the women's A8 for UWA at last pennant. A few cheers for that little shout out coming down from the island. And we just had Millie Maharic just cross over from Swan River Rowing Club in lane 2.
As we can see, the drone's made its way back to Division 2 of the Schoolgirls Skull. So go in lane 8 from Freo, Olivia Kelly. Lane 7 from Freo, Laeta. Lane 6 from Guildford, Alice Lawrence. Lane 5 from Westies, Eleanor Casas-Hulen. Lane 4 from All Saints, Alicia Garvey. Lane 3 from John 23rd, Camilla Barbie. And lane 2 from A&A, Olive McGrath. So at this stage, it looks like lane 7 is out at a lead from Fremantle, and it looks like a pretty close race for everyone else.
So Leticia Generat, she was the other member of the Pathway Schoolgirls quad that got gold at the Pathways Regatta in April. So she'll be eyeing off a Div 1 seeding for All School State Champs to be up against her crewmates and her clubmates as well. She rows with Lily and Briar down at Fremantle Rowing Club. So Leticia out to a quick start here on the rest of the pack, holding at least about a length out from the rest of the girls, but anything can kind of happen in this 1,000 metre racing. It is a bit of a sprint. 2,000 metre racing just allows for a bit more strategy and a bit more patience to break through, but in this 1,000 metre racing, it's kind of go to the wall and hope for the best.
Find out later once you blow up is the best way to do it with 1K racing.
So the girls have crossed over from the 500 metre mark now, and Leticia just holding that early lead out on the other girls. So she'll be looking out just to make sure that no one's going to do a little sneaky wind here as they get through the halfway point. It does look like the Westies sculler in lane 5, Eleanor Casas-Hulen. She's sitting in second place. I believe from previous regatta she's had some quite strong results as well, so she'll be eyeing off a top seeding position too. But hopefully she's got a little bit of a wine in her just to close in this race a bit more.
And And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is the first all schools that Freo has attended. So really good to see some high caliber rowing from these girls as they come down, and looks like Regatta is taking the lead at the moment. So really fantastic, and great to see Freo back in amongst the mix.
Do a shout out for Fremantle Rowing Club new head coach Olivia Jones. She'll be down here today running the show for Fremantle. So congratulations, Liv, on her new role. It's awesome to have female coaches here in WA coming through the ranks and holding a full-time position as head coach. Is just awesome to see. So we're in the red boys now. Leticia has held off that lead. Eleanor's rowing really strong there for Westies in lane 5. She's having a look over her shoulder. You can see Leticia's got about 2 lengths on her, and she's off and away. There's no one catching her. So Leticia is coming through. Her sister Ocean is competing at the under-19 World Champs coming up. So strong DNA in that family, and Leticia is coming through to the line now to take out first place in the schoolgirls Div 2 single scull. Westie Sculler over in lane 5. Eleanor's coming through into second place. Really strong racing there, and Alicia Garvey from All Saints coming into third, followed by Fremantle. We have schoolgirls single scull Div 3 now coming up, and we do have 5 divisions of this race, so a lot of entries for the single scull. And in Div 3 we have in lane 8 from Fremantle Lily Duke, in lane 7 from Guildford Talia Lloyd, in lane 6 from Guildford Leave Ludgate. We are scratching in lane 5. So no one will be racing down that lane. In lane 4 from Guildford, Ava Ryan. In lane 3 from All Saints, Rosie Venison. And in lane 2 from Westies, Olivia Johnston. The girls are just sitting a little bit back from the start line at the moment, as we can see on the live stream image here. So they're just going to slowly row up towards the start line with their umpire, and the umpire's going to let them know when to ease the oar, and that's when the starter starts to align them. And they'll make some final adjustments towards the start line, try and get as perfect of an alignment as possible. And as you can imagine, you're competing against wind, water, boat, all sorts of things out here, and current. So to try and get that perfect alignment in the middle of the course is challenging, but umpires do a fantastic job at helping these young athletes and supporting them. For some of them, they're racing for their first time.
And appears to be a DNS from lane 8 Freo, so it looks like this will be a 6-girl race as they're moving towards the start line under data. And Division 3 of the Schoolgirls Open Single has started. And on the live stream we can see an absolute ranking start. Westies seems to be out weakest off the start, as we know, with single sculls in a 1K. A lot can happen in 1K, and you can have some pretty quick blow-ups after some amazing starts. I've done plenty of it myself, so we'll see how these girls fare across the 1K, and we'll see as their placings cement themselves a little bit more over the next 500 metres.
This is an awesome battle here at the moment in Div 3. The girls are pretty much in a straight line here. We're already about 250 metres in, so it's really going to be up to someone here to make that step, find a way to just cut in front. And it looks like it's that sculler, Leave Ludgate, in lane 6 from Guildford. She's just got like a nose ahead of the pack, but the girls are still in this line as they approach the 500 metre. So they're going to be kind of seeing each other in their peripherals. And one of them is just going to have to make that decision just to step and keep getting that nose out in front. These Guildford girls, they're kind of pushing on each other here, and they would be training with each other all the time up there in Guildford. Probably some of the most highly skilled single scullers we have here in WA. With the windy river and the narrowness of the river that they train on, they're very skillful in boat manoeuvring and rowing the single sculls. So these girls will train together, will know what to do, and potentially have advantage on these other crews that are in this race. So it is Leave Ludgate and the sculler in lane 4 from Guildford. Ava Ryan, they got their nose out ahead. It's actually Ava that's now got about half a length on Leave over in lane 4, as we start to see a little bit of a triangle formation going on here for Div 3 in the schoolgirls single scull.
And girls are well and truly past the 500 metre mark now. We should see some Guildford students running to the water line to give them a yell and give them a cheer, and as they're starting to come towards the last 250. Yeah, like Lara said, it's lane 4 at the moment. Ava Ryan seems to be ahead. Just ahead of All Saints seems to have made a comeback, which would be Rosie Benison. All around fantastic racing from the girls. Still last water in this last 250, which there's nothing to complain about today. You guys are starting to come into the last 250 now. And yeah, still appears to be a bit of a triangle formulation. Seems Wes slightly dropped off after a very quick start. Yeah, seems to be Ava Ryan having the dog to keep pushing as she gets to the last 250, starting to pull away from the rest of the field, with All Saints slowly gaining back on her, but she will most definitely run out of water in that endeavour.
There's Ava Ryan here. She's looking good. She's up and about, getting those sharp catches in. She's got about now a length of lead on Rosie Benison from All Saints in lane 3. And her crewmate, Leave Ludgate, over in lane 6 is going to be wanting to push for that third place position. But it looks like it's Ava Ryan in lane 4. She's got that boat length ahead. Bit of clear water between her and the All Saints sculler. She takes her final strokes towards the line. And it'll be Ava Ryan from Guildford that will take out the Div 3 of the schoolgirls single scull, followed by Rosie Benison from All Saints and Leave Ludgate from Guildford taking out third place. So awesome racing from that div. If you want to go back on the live stream, if you're here at the course, definitely watch this one. They had a very quick start all in a line, and it was just a couple of the Guildford girls taking that step to get out ahead, which then spread out the rest of the pack. So we're moving on now to Div 4 of the schoolgirls single scull. We have in lane 8, there is a scratching. In lane 7 from Guildford, Michelle Harris. In lane 6 from Shenton, Alexi Burgess. In lane 5 from Guildford, Sophie Trillin. In lane 4 from All Saints, Naila Zambrano. In lane 3 from Shenton College, Tandia Nottenbelt, and in lane 2 from A&A, Isabella Melbourne. So Div 4, just about to come up to the 500 metre mark now. It's still a pretty tight race for most of the scullers, all kind of in a line, coming to that halfway point. It looks like that Guildford sculler in lane 7, Michelle Harris, just has a slight nose ahead out of the Shenton College sculler, Alexi Burgess. But anything could probably happen here at the 500 metre mark if someone just puts their foot into it and decides to dig deep and get a nose out ahead. Could definitely be some gapping happening in the pack.
Looks like Isabella Melbourne from A&A and lane 2 in the far side is to be starting to have a fight back, or could be lane 6 from Shenton College, Alexi Burgess. So it could be anything. It's still a really tight race, as they are about 400 metres left. And it looks like a slight headwind is starting to develop on the course now, but still relatively flat water conditions. Still a really tight race, impossible to call who will be the winner at this point. So, yeah, as they come into the last 350 metres, it will essentially come down to who has the best wind out of lane 7, 6 and 3. With all clear, but that's a very tight podium. And they're entering into the last 250 now.
Yeah, so a late wind here from Nottenbelt from Shenton College in the Red Boys. She's going to make a push here through the Red Boys to get out in front. And I know she is quite a strong rower herself. So she's going to be looking out for a win here in Div 4. And that Guildford sculler is just holding firm. She set that early lead, but looks like she's got the 2 Shenton scullers kind of right there on her bow. And it looks like it's a bit of a battle now between Alexi Burgess and Tandia Nottenbelt. Both from Shenton College, both would be training with each other. And they're both kind of looking out of the boat, looking at seeing where they're placing with each other. They're just going to take these final few strokes as long and strong as they can. And it looks like Lexi Burgess from Shenton College in lane 6 is going to cross that line at the end. She's got a huge cheer squad out here down on the island. The Guildford sculler coming into second place. And Tandia Nottenbelt, awesome wind there at the end to come into third. And rounding out the Div 4 race with the All Saints A&A and the final Guildford sculler. So awesome racing there, girls, in Div 4. And it's great to hear all of their schoolmates having a good cheer for them over on the island here as well.
And Div 5 of the Schoolgirls single will be in lane 8 from All Saints, Hayley Walker. Lane 7 from Guildford, Emma Brocklehurst. Lane 6 from All Saints, Eleanor Burwood. Lane 5, Shenton College, Jamie Young. Lane 4 from All Saints, Ellen Smith. And lane 3 from Leah Reno. and we are in the final division of the Schoolgirls Open Single, and yeah, definitely a very light headwind starting to develop down the course, but still flat racing conditions. We'll take it while we can. And it appears to be lane 5 ahead, which would be Shenton College, Jamie Young. And Shenton College athletes rowing in Matilda Bay and Mounts Bay Road are no stranger to a headwind and crosswind, so really good to see that these girls are able to bash it through. And it appears to be All Saints on the other side. Appears to be All Saints. My mistake before with the Shenton glaze, so I'll take that back. It appears to be All Saints out in front. So well done, All Saints, and it looks like Lily McCreer from Guildford hot on her tail, but they appear to be a fair ways ahead of the rest of the field, with the exception of Emma Brocklehurst from Guildford in lane 7, who is slowly winding her way along in what looks like to be lane 8. As is so often with the single scull races, there's a bit of lane changes going on. But never fun when you're hitting the boys on the way. So these girls are starting to come into the last 250 now, and it still looks like it's All Saints in the lead. A fairly confident lead. But all depends on how well she does this wind for the last 250 of the race. And still showing the way, Eleanor Burwood with a clear victory as she comes into the last 150 metres of this race. Congratulations. With a hot race for second between a Guildford and All Saints athlete.
So it's clear length here out in front from the All Saints sculler as she crosses the line in first place of the Div 3 Schoolgirls Open Single Scull. Little battle here for second. It's probably about a second and a half in that. Well done to the All Saints sculler in lane 8, followed by the Guildford sculler over on the other side of the course. So Shenton and All Saints and a final Guildford sculler to round out Div 5. And well done to these girls for tackling on the single scull. It's not an easy race. You have to be pretty brave and pretty independent to get out there by yourself and to race your own race. So well done to all of them. And that actually rounds out all of our divs. 5 divisions of the Schoolgirls Single Scull. We see our final sculler from Guildford crossing the line. So the times that will come from these last 5 races will help decide how we seed for all school state champs. Our fastest time did come from Div 1 of that event, from Lily Lucas from JTC with a 3:58 over 1,000 metres. And some good racing there from Leticia in Div 2. She did get a 4:06, so that does put her into the top 8 of times for Schoolgirls Open Single Sculls. So we may see her have an appearance at state champs in Div 1 and give the state title a red hot crack. So we're moving on now to the Schoolgirls Year 10 Boxed Quad. Some big boat action. Isn't that right, Jed?
I always love some big boat action with the quads and eights. Definitely my favourite. Definitely the fastest of all the races. So it's always fun to see the races that happen with the big boat races. So yeah, we've got 2 divisions of the Schoolgirls. And it looks like quite a few entries from Shenton, Westies, Guildford, Mercedes, and if I'm reading correctly, 1 each from John 23rd and River. Yeah, should be some real hot racing going on here, so really keen as the boats start to line themselves at the top of the course. We'll let you know when this racing commences. This is definitely one to watch for all the people watching at home and all the people at the lake.
So we're starting with Div 2 of the Schoolgirls Year 10 Cox Quad. We do have one scratching from Mercedes here, but we still have another 2 quads, so it's great to see the Mercedes girls coming in their numbers. And the conditions certainly have just shifted a little bit here, Jed. We can see up here in the commentator's box, it is a slight head breeze and it's kind of just pulling a little bit towards lane 8. So our coxswains are going to have to get a little bit smart and read the water as they're coming up to the start line, align their crews on the correct side of the lane so that the wind can push them into the central part of the lane just before they start. It is slightly head breezy, so we're going to start to see some slower times come from these crews. And it's no easy feat being a coxswain. Not very experienced myself, but I have done a little bit, and it's stressful.
Yeah, I tried it once in my time at Aquinas and promptly crashed a quad straight into a spit post and ripped off a rigger and broke a boat. So I wasn't given my time at coxing again. So yeah, credit to all the coxers out here that do it. It's a pretty stressful thing, particularly in a race. Even with the lane, the boys in the lanes, like it's pretty hard to stay in those lanes, particularly in these starts and with a little bit of crosswind. So shout out to all the coxers here. It's also not particularly pleasant to wake up at 5 a.m. to go training with everyone when it's exercising yourself and you're freezing even with your 3 jumpers, and there's nothing worse than 5 a.m, 5 degrees and having some cold water splash into your face and then having to sit there in wet clothes. So shout out to all our coxers out there. You're amazing and you're the backbone of this sport.
Yeah, we certainly couldn't do it without them, and they take a lot of stress out of our out of our lives, and you get into Coxless quads and Coxless fours and you go, oh, I wish I had a Cox to, to steer and didn't have to foot steer, but it's all a learning curve for anyone who hops in that seat. And I know certainly when I have done it, my heart rate's been up. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's just the excitement of the race itself, but almost feels like I'm racing the race, but you're not. These crews now are slowly coming towards the start line now. So in lane 3, on the right-hand side of the screen, we have Shenton College. In lane 4, we have West Australian Rowing Club. We have a scratching in lane 5. In lane 6 is Mercedes. In lane 7 is also Mercedes. And in lane 8, we have Guildford. So we can see here in the live stream that the quads are just using their bow pair or their bow seat to tap it towards the line. You don't want the whole crew rowing towards the line as there's too much momentum to stop the boat to get alignment. So just using 1 or 2 members of the crew just to bring the boat up. And then once they're a bit closer to that start line, which shouldn't be too far away, they'll ease yaw, let the boat run, and then slowly check the boat up when they're told to do so by the umpire.
Yeah, this is going down. It really is.
And we are off for the Div 2 of the Schoolgirls Year 10 Cox Quad. So we do have some interesting lines starting there off the start, but the coxswains are going to get that line sorted as soon as they can. And we can see that Shenton College crew in lane 3 just doing a bit of an arc to avoid a potential collision with lane 4 there from Westies, and that coxswain has done a spectacular job to avoid anything happening there. And she's just going to slowly nudge it back into the middle of lane 3 while they go across those buoys. Now Westies in lane 4 have had a strong start as well, and Guildford over in lane 8 also doing really well. Just important when you are over in lane 8 and you don't have any crews next to you, just to be keeping a good lookout, and the coxswain will be calling to their girls where they will be amongst the rest of the race. But when you've got a crew side by side with you, it's a lot easier to kind of make those moves and be competitive and be in the race. So Guildford still in line there with Westies and Shenton. Now 2 Mercedes crews are just slightly off the back.
And on the live stream, it looks like some fantastic rowing from this Shenton quad. But as them and West keep getting closer and closer, you can see the umpire raising their white flag to tell the Shenton crew to steer a little bit towards the centre of their lane. So definitely no easy job in quad races, particularly with that overcorrection. I can see the same thing happening with Mercedes further back in the field. And yeah, when you think about it, I mean, that Shenton crew has to row a little bit further, and then now West is doing the same when you're zigzagging a little bit more down the course, but no easy feat. And it looks like Shenton have started to pull clear of the West and the Guildford crew. And maybe just a touch higher rate from the Shenton crew, as there are still overlap, but starting to get out towards maybe 4 seats clear as they come towards just through the 500 metre mark by the looks of it. So yeah, encourage all supporters line the water for this Division 1 of the school girls Year 10 Ox Quad. Looks like West starting to claw their way back to the field. And it looks like a bit of a battle for the Mercedes at the back of the field.
But this Shenton and Westies crew, it's almost like they got magnets on their oars. They keep getting attracted to each other and then pulling away. So these girls may have walked away from this race, maybe having doing a little bit more than 1,000 metres as they zigzag down the course. But the Guildford Grammar crew over in lane 8, they're kind of in their own little world, but they've held a straight line that whole way. And let's see what they can pull out as they approach the 250. But certainly is still that Shenton and Westies crew battling it out in lanes 3 and 4. With Westies just kind of clawing back on Shenton here, gaining a couple of seats in this last kind of 100 metres before they hit the red boys. And now they're in the 250.
Shout out to James and Chris who have coached this Shenton crew as they're starting to absolutely send it down the last 250, and it looks like a real tight race. Shout out to West as well. This has been a tight race from the start. There's been the lead hasn't really changed the last 500 metres between these two crews. It's been a consistent amount. So in classic schoolgirls rowing, Shenton has managed to get out to a lead, but then they have not been able to push it. Normally, if you're behind, you kind of give up in school kids rowing, just the nature of it. So yeah, shout out to West. This has been some really gutsy rowing from them. But it looks like Shenton will be able to take the lead as they're coming into the last 50 to 100 metres. With Guildford looking like a clear third place as well. Well done, some amazing races from those first two crews, and looks like Guildford's had a pretty good race as well as they come in through third. And then the two Mercedes crews maybe 100 and 120 metres behind as they're coming through the last bit of the red boys now. So yeah, some pretty awesome rowing from those girls there as the drone starts to catch up to the Division 2 of the race. So yeah, the other division of the Schoolgirls Year 10 Cox Quad is with Lane 8, Swan River, Lane 7, Mercedes West Composite, Lane 6, Freo, Lane 5, Guildford, Lane 4, Shenton, Lane 3, Shenton, and Lane 2, John 23rd. As they're coming into the last maybe 400 metres now, it looks like a really tight race for first across Lane 8, 6 and 5, which is Swan River, Freo and Guildford by the looks of it. Yeah, some fantastic racing so far, and it looks like Lane 8 pulling slightly ahead with Swan River. Just some pretty tight run for Freo. This is obviously the first regatta that this schoolgirls crew has been at so far, so really good to see them down and being up and amongst the top of the field. As we're coming to the last 250, maybe 200 metres now, it's still anyone's race at this point. It looks like Swan River's ahead, but I'd love to see a pushback from Freo here to make it a real tight race. Probably only a seat or two behind from Swan River. And then, yeah, Guildford still hot on Freo's heels. That looks like there's maybe a seat between them. So, yeah, tight racing at the moment. It comes down to anyone's wind. I'm sure the Coxes are looking left and right at each other to see who can take out this win.
There's seat for seat here with Swan River just got a nose out ahead of Fremantle, while Fremantle has their own battle for third with Guildford. So Swan River looks like it's got clear water now to cross the finish line in first, but it's bow ball for Fremantle and Guildford here. Who's going to take out second place in Div 1? And it'll be Fremantle by a bow ball on Guildford. awesome racing, girls, in that last 250. Rounding out this race, we've got the Mercedes Westies Composite coming through in 4th, followed by the 2 Shenton crews and JTC.
Yeah, really interesting racing when it comes as close as Freo and Guildford there. It ultimately comes to who's going to take their next stroke next based on the boat shifting ahead. So, yeah, ultimately it comes down to a timing, which is congrats on Freo for getting lucky there with that win. Guildford was almost had him there. And as we move on the feed to the schoolboys Year 10 double in Swan River in lane 8, lane 7 is A&A, lane 6 JTC, lane 5 JTC, lane 4 Shenton College, and lane 3 All Saints. And lane 8 has Banjo Morris Luck, who won in the... I've been informed it's another Morris Luck. My apologies. I wasn't aware that there were 2 Morris Lucks out here today, so let's see if he can get a win and follow what his brother did earlier today in the schoolboys single. And it looks like at this point they will, with what appears to be Shenton coming in second, not far behind, only just ahead of JTC, with JTC on the edge of their lane, really putting a bit of stress into Shenton with their the steering there. And obviously with a double, you haven't got a Cox, so yeah, adds another element of the let's try steer while we're doing it. And then it appears to be A&A and JTC battling out for 4th and 5th, with All Saints rounding out the field. So yeah, in the last 200 metres now, and it looks like Swan's managed to have a better wind than Shenton right now. But JTC's definitely put in a fight for that second place alongside Shenton. Maybe rating a touch higher, but let's see Shenton give it a little bit of a kick for that second place. Really love some tight racing in this, particularly with crews side by side. And it appears, yeah, Swan River is comfortably enough taking this first place in this race from the start, so well done. And it'll be Shenton in second place, about half a length, with overlap on JTC in third. A&A come through 4th now, JTC 5th, and then All Saints with about 80 metres to go, rounding out the field. Yeah, some pretty fast racing there with the Year 10 doubles, and then we've obviously got Blue just starting their race now as the drone catches up.
Yeah, some great racing there, especially for second place between Shenton and JTC. And it's not easy for these young athletes to be foot steering in a double while also racing. So, yeah, huge kudos to those guys. So we are moving on to Div 2 of the same event. And we have in lane 8, All Saints, in lane 7, Shenton College, in lane 6, All Saints, in lane 5, A&A, and in lane 4, JTC. So it looks like out with an early lead. What we can see here on the screen is A&A in lane 5. With about a boat length behind sitting JTC. And we just got the All Saints crew and Shenton crews in lane 8 and 7. Just having some slight steering difficulties, but it's not easy out there.
Yeah, when the drone switched the feed, both crews were stopped, so I'm assuming there's been a steering or mechanical issue with these, which has allowed A&A and JTC to get out to a pretty confident lead ahead of these 2 other crews. probably around 100 meters. So yeah, it's a real race with A&A right now. Probably a length clear of JTC as they're coming towards about 300, 350 meters to go. At this stage, still anything could happen, but it looks like it's A&A's got it in the bag, so long as they do their wind correctly. Yeah, looking down the course, still looking like there's some steering issues with lane 8 and lane 7, so I hope they can get that sorted out to finish off the race well.
Some real clean rowing here from the A&A crew coming down in lane 5. Just getting slightly tangled in the boys, but they've made a good steering adjustment that hasn't overcorrected their line, and they just need to keep remaining clear of those buoys to avoid any sort of entanglement with the boys themselves. But looks like they are confident, they're sitting tall, sharp catches. These boys should be hearing the crowd now as they're coming into the 250. The JTC crew over in lane 4 also racing really strong here to round out their race. A&A got about 50 metres here before they can take the glory of the Div 2 Schoolboys Year 10 double scull. Hopefully set themselves up a time that's going to see them well into state champs in 2 weeks' time. So the A&A boys here crossing the line in first place. They should be really proud about how they raced that, and a little bit of a balance drill at the end. Love to see it. And JTC coming into second place there. So good battle between those two crews. And we'll have lane 8 All Saints and lane 7 from Shenton just coming down the course now. And again, these double sculls for these young athletes are not easy boat classes to compete in. So it's really impressive to see these guys coming out here and giving it a red hot crack.
Yeah, some steering issues for this Shenton double again. So Ethan and Connor Brace, that's one for you to fix now. Those two have been relentlessly working on these Shenton boats for being Shenton rowers themselves. So yeah, really good to see this follow through of students then becoming coaches. I know Guildford have a similar culture, so really good to see.
Yeah, shout out to all of our alumni who come through the all school system. So our 4 major schools of All Saints, Guildford, Shenton and John 23rd. They've got really strong cultures there where past rowers will come back and coach and mentor the next generation, and it's really special and critical for our young kids. So shout out to the Ethan and Connor here. They row themselves with each other, and they're out here coaching the next generation and hopefully follow in their footsteps. So moving on to a new event, the Schoolgirls Year 9 Single Scull. We have Div 1, and we've got 4 divisions of this event. So it's great to see some of our first-time rowers, first-time racing this season, coming out here and entering in such strong numbers. So in lane 8, we have from JTC, Kaylin McNamara. In lane 7, we have from Shenton College, Honor Airy. In lane 6, from Bunbury, we have Chloe Munro. In lane 5 from A&A, Sophia Losk. In lane 4 from Guildford, Maisie Lloyd. In lane 3 from Fremantle, Isabel Werner, and in lane 2 from Swan River, Lucy Chamberlain. So the girls are about to approach the 500 metre mark. And it is 500 metre racing for our Year 9 scullers. So they're just getting in alignment now. You get a nice little row up, 500 metres, little paddle. Bit of extra warm up for these athletes. 500 metres doesn't leave a lot to be seen. So you kind of got to go out there and leave nothing on the table.
Yeah, as you can hear, the siren's just gone down the course, so they've started. But yeah, 500 metres is definitely more of an anaerobic effort than an aerobic effort. So particularly with these Year 9 scullers, just spin the rate and pull like a dog is the kind of only way you can do it. And yeah, like Lara said, doesn't really leave much room for catching a crab. There's not much to come back from if you make a mistake. But yeah, with these Year 9 girls, single scull, it's really fantastic seeing them start their rowing journey into what is hopefully a several year-long pursuit, particularly in their school programs. So yeah, it takes a lot to put your hand up and say, I want to race by myself sort of thing in a single. I don't particularly enjoy a single, but it's really good watching and really good racing. So really good to see these Year 9 girls have had that bravery to put their hand up. Shout out as well to a Bunbury rower who's entered as well. It's obviously not a small trip to come up for Bunbury to race at Champion Lakes, but really good to see them come at WA's premier rowing facility.
Yes, I think, Jed, you wore a little rainbow propeller hat for your last single scull race last weekend. Saw on the course. So while we don't encourage uniform violations, we do encourage fun things. And because you're by yourself, you can really wear whatever you want on your head. So it may not be aerodynamic, but we're not worried about that here. We've got 250 metres left of the Div 1 Schoolgirls Year 9 single scull. And it looks like in lane 7 from Shenton College, Hannah Airy's just got a nice lead, about a boat length out ahead of the ANA sculler. And the Bunbury sculler, Chloe, she's doing well there to stay in the pack. It looks like Honor is going to start her wind now. She can see across that the competition's tight, and she's not going to want to leave a lot of room there for the ANA sculler to come through. So bit of a push here coming from Honor from Shenton College. We can hear all her club mates down on the island cheering for her. She's digging in deep, she's pushing in hard. The ANA sculler and her are locking eyes across the course, and she's just got to try and keep clean water, stay calm. And it's only about half a boat length in it here between these two scullers. And it'll be Honor Airy from Shenton College just by a bow ball on the ANA rower, Chloe Munro. Followed by, for ANA, it was Sophia Lozic, followed by Bunbury rower Chloe Munro. So awesome racing there, girls, in the top 3, and then rounding it out from the other schools and clubs.
Congrats for another Shenton win with the coaching group, Grace, Hannah, Dylan, Page. That's another one of the bright lights coming up, being mentored by Page, having a pretty good single scull performance herself. So yeah, well done, Honor Airy. As we're moving towards Division 2 of the Schoolgirls Year 9 single scull. So in this, in lane 8, we All Saints Shana Singh. Lane 7, Guildford Isabella Warnock. Lane 6, John 23rd, Georgie Ellis. Lane 5, ANA Zoe Taylor. Lane 4 from Bunbury, and lane 3 from Shenton College. Yeah, I just heard the sirens. The girls have started their racing, and it'll be a firing start from the girls now.
So it's great to have one school and club represented in this division. So none of these guys would be training with each other. Should make for some exciting racing. So the Bunbury Sculler out in lane 4, a slight early lead in that highly identifiable red boat. Red goes fast, right, Jed?
There's one thing I learned from Lightning McQueen. It's red goes fast, so I'd love to see a red boat out on the course. I know Swan have one of them as well, and I know UWA, BC have a pink boat, so love a bit of the coloured boats in the single sculls. Really adds a bit of character to the race.
Also makes our job a little bit easier from the commentary box. We can easily spot out the uni stripes on the bow and stern tanks of UWA, and Bunbury with the red boats makes it easy to commentate the race. So this Bunbury Sculler is doing a fantastic job right now. Out in the lead, got at least about 2 lengths lead on the other crews. They're kind of in a line here, so it's still a bit of a tight battle for second place. But the Bunbury Sculler is having some slight steering issues, but she's not impeding on anyone else, so that is not a concern of the umpire. As long as she's not impeding on the other crews, then you can kind of take whatever. You choose your own adventure.
And if it's one thing from Bunbury, each year they hold the 500-metre sprints down in the Koombana Inlet. So I will say that the having won a few medals there myself, I would say that Bunbury are well adept to 500-metre sprints. So really good to see Chloe Munro out doing this today. Sorry, Chloe was from the race before. Really good to see this Bunbury athlete taking it out today as she sprints through the final stages of the race in the last 100 metres, looking like a pretty confident lead. And it looks like it'll be JTC coming in second, also pretty confidently, and then it looks like it'll be a really tight battle for third from Guildford A&A and All Saints. But fantastic effort from these girls here as they come through the final stages of the race and see that Bunbury athlete with a couple looks left and right to see where the finish is. And finish can't come soon enough when you're in the final 10 metres of a race. So congrats, girls. That was a really amazing race.
And All Saints coming into third, followed by Guildford, and then we have JTC. So awesome to see these girls out here giving the single scull a good go. And as Jed mentioned previously, we love the Bunbury Big Boat Sprint Regatta at UWA. We get a whole lot of athletes, something like close to 100. 96, nothing too crazy. And yeah, what's a way to start the season with some 500 metre racing. So the guys down there do have a short inlet to train on, about 1,500 metres with 2,000 metres exactly in length. So it's awesome to see these athletes training out there, doing boggle laps of their inlet and doing really well coming up to Perth. So we're moving on to Div 3 of the schoolgirls single scull. In lane 3, we have in lane 8, we have Swan River. In lane 7, we have All Saints. In lane 6, A&A. Lane 5, Guildford. Lane 4, JTC. And in lane 3, JTC. And we do have a capsize that has happened here just before the 250 metre. So not to fear, our safety boat of Izzy Utley and Elizabeth from UWA, they're going to head straight over to that sculler just to make sure they're okay and support them back into their boat. But the race is still on and it still continues even though someone's fallen in. And it will be the JTC sculler that was in lane 4 that has come across, but that's fine. They're not impeding on anyone else. They are out in the lead and they are having a bit of a tight battle here with the A&A sculler. So JTC and A&A going barrel for barrel. Just a slight mishap there from A&A, but she can recover and get a sprint going. She shouldn't lose too much length off the JTC sculler. That JTC sculler will be looking ahead and going, yep, do I have enough distance here? Can I hold her off? Or will I just need to do a little last push in that last 10 strokes just to secure the win? So the roars from the bank are happening for JTC and A&A here as it's a tight battle here for Div 3. The JTC sculler just taking half a boat length on the A&A sculler. Awesome racing there, girls. We are closely followed by the Guildford sculler and JTC. So a bit more of an eventful single scull race there, but as we do see with our Year 9 scullers, capsizes and maybe slight mishaps or collisions are a bit more common. That's the only way we get better, isn't that right, Jed?
Yeah, we've all been there. I think just about everyone who's done rowing at any level, particularly if they've started young and started with the single sculls, just had a flip. So there's no harm, no foul with a flip, particularly at Champion Lakes. At least it's happened near the finish line, so you're not having to paddle the whole way home where Mitch Morris flipped right on the start of the 2K in the first stroke. So at least this athlete got to have a good 250 metres of a race before flipping. I've also unfortunately flipped a pair at Champion Lakes in a lot colder weather than this. So yeah, all part of the journey, all part of the journey. And as that's finally being sorted out by a wonderful safety crew, we have the lineup of the 4th division of the Schoolgirls Year 9 single scull. With a scratch in lane A. Lane 7 we will have All Saints. Lane 6 we will have NA. Lane 5 Guildford. Lane 4 Guildford. And lane 3 will be JTC. I'd expect a slight delay in this as we have that sculler who flipped rowing down in the safety lane. So stand by. I can see quite a few coaches out, and shout out to the volunteers. There's quite a few WABC members driving dinghies and everything around today and doing bow numbers, so thanks for all our volunteers and thanks for rowing WA.
Yep, shout out to Maz and Evelyn down at Bow Numbers. You guys are doing a fantastic job down there. Thank you. Just being like, has anyone funded my boat?
Alright, so we have the 4th division of the Schoolgirls Year 9 single skull coming through. And looking off the drone footage, it appears to be a couple scratches. So I'm going to take a punt and just say that it's JTC in the race, and it appears to be ANA and All Saints based on what I'm seeing, but that also could be a Guildford person. So yeah, usually when there's a couple scratching, sometimes they rearrange the lanes to give it a bit more fair racing, but yeah, it's only 3 girls in this race. So we'll see how it goes. Normally there's a fair bit of looking left and right when it's a small field, because a little bit easier to win, so we'll see how these girls go. Yeah, lane 7 and 6 are quite close together at the moment. And they're both on the edge of both within their lanes, but both quite close to the edge of their lanes. And it does look like ANA and All Saints. And it looks like JTC is hot on their tail at the moment, so yeah, it's a really close field with this as these 3 athletes come into the last 250 metres right about now, and we'll see. Essentially, it looks like whoever has the best wind and best finish will win this race by the looks of it. It looks like the ANA sculler has maybe gotten into a seat or two ahead. And yeah, it looks like maybe a mishap happening with that All Saints rower as they come into the final 150 metres. Yeah, and it looks like it looks like ANA will take out the win here. But still at this stage, it's almost a game of cat and mouse. So who goes early? Maybe you can get a comeback coming from someone else, like it's Year 9 Schoolgirls racing. Anything can happen in these last 150 metres now.
Yeah, the All Saints rower here is giving it a really good crack, trying to get nice and close to ANA, putting the pressure on, getting their lanes nice and close, but they're not impeding on each other, so it's still okay. The ANA sculler just getting out ahead to avoid any sort of collision there that may slow her down and let the JTC rower, for instance, come through and take the win. So interesting racing here, a bit more head race style, choose your own adventure, whatever lane you end up in, it doesn't matter. And it will be the ANA sculler rounding out this div.
And looking at the drone footage, it looks like all 3 rowers are converging on one point at the moment. None of them seem to have stayed in their lanes, but you kind of get that a little bit with Year 9 single sculls. So congrats, girls. That was a fantastic race to round out our field of the Year 9 girls single skull. And up next, we will have the Schoolboys Year 9 double, which is arguably my favourite race of the entire competition based on sheer enjoyment of watching. I mean, it's really hard to put steer and to race a double, particularly in Year 9. So yeah, this will be a hot watch from the drone. I really implore everyone to get the live stream up. But this field will have in lane 8 Swan River, in lane 7 Bunbury, lane 6 ANA, lane 5 All Saints, and lane 4 JTC. And like the races before, this will be a 500 metre race. Yeah, going off the from the commentators' tower, it looks like the boat park's really starting to fill up with spectators now. So really great to see people coming out for a fantastic day at Champion Lakes. For anyone watching at home on the live stream, I implore you to come down to Land of the Gods, Champion Lakes, for a bit of watch. It's blue skies here and really a light headwind at the moment going down the course. So yeah, coming down and hit up the hosted regatta for the Shenton barbecue while you're at it. I can see Ferg McCallum walking across the course.
You realise you could walk across water.
Yeah. What can't Ferg do?
What can't that man do? Well, he's out here coaching today with his Guildford hat on. He's also a boat club member, our men's vice captain, out here supporting the crew.
And we are back with Div 1 of the schoolboys Year 9 double. So lane 8 will be Swan River, lane 7 Bunbury, lane 6 A&A, lane 5 All Saints, and lane 4 John 23rd. So they've come off with a real hot start. Looks like JTC are peeling a bit away, but yeah, they're not hindering anyone, so it just means they're rowing slightly further. But it looks like from the first 100 metres, it looks like it's a very, very even race. Perhaps lane 8, Swan River slightly ahead, but at this point could be anyone's race. Yeah, maybe some slight steering issues in lane 6 as well, but still pretty tight. It looks like at this point, yeah, going to last 250, it's bow ball for bow ball.
Yeah, so the Swan River crew in lane 8, they're having a little battle on their hands with the Bunbury crew in lane 7. Only about half a seat in it at the moment as they are already in the red boys. It's a tight race, this one, so if you're down at Champion Lakes, come down and cheer these guys on. And it's Swan River just with a nose out ahead and a bit of a line here for second place between Bunbury, A&A and All Saints. So some really awesome racing from these clubs and schools here. And Bunbury just with a slight little mishap, but they've recovered really well and they've continued pressing on. So that means A&A just got their nose out ahead of All Saints just for that second place spot. But it will be bow ball for bow ball in that second place with Swan River looking like they're going to be clean enough to take out first. And it will be All Saints in second place, followed by A&A, JTC and Bunbury. So awesome racing there from the Year 9 boys. And that All Saints crew made a really nice push there in that last 10 strokes and got their bow ball ahead.
Yeah, some really gutsy rowing. Really love seeing the 500 metre races with the Year 9 doubles. Yeah, as you can see, with any schoolboy race, there's a lot of looking left and right and being innately competitive and focusing out of your boat. That's kind of what makes it really interesting in that last 100 metres and what keeps them in the sport. So yeah, fantastic racing, boys. As we move toward Division 2. Which will be in lane 8, Shenton College, lane 7, West, lane 6, Swan River, lane 5, looks like a composite of Bunbury and All Saints, and then lane 4 will be JTC. So yeah, lane 5, I absolutely love seeing a composite crew with school kids, really gets a bit of collaboration happening amongst the rowing community, so really happy to see that. And the boys are lining up at the start line now. As for a 500 metre race in a double, it should be over in roughly 2 minutes-ish, so Really, how many watts can you put down in the space of 2 minutes? And the started now, and it looks like a couple crews started on an angle there, but they've managed to correct themselves, just maybe a slightly rocky start. And at this stage, it looks like the West crew has edged out a little bit in front. But yeah, 500 metres, you never know what can happen. One crew has a quick start, another crew has a quick middle 200 metres, so it evens out the field pretty quickly.
And with these Year 9 events, we don't race full lanes, just for safety of the competitors, and makes our umpires' lives just a little bit easier when we're dealing with our newbies coming to rowing and racing for the first time. So only 5 lanes in this race, but Westies are out with that early lead, about a boat length ahead of that Bunbury and All Saints composite crew. And they're having a tight battle with JTC over in lane 4, so they will be looking to get their nose out ahead and as they reach the red buoys now and take on that last 30 strokes as hard as they can. So as Jed said, it's a bit of a watt competition. Who can put out the most watts in 500 metres kind of gets you across the line in these short distances. So hopefully they put some big deposits in their watt bank and they're ready to make an exchange.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Lara. I would even say quite often 500 metres seem to hurt more than a 2K in terms of in that last 100 metres. I don't think I'm breathing more heavily. But yeah, these are West boys. I've seen their bows. They have a look over his shoulder a couple of times, and I think the finish line can't come quick enough. When you're winning, you just want the race to be done. But as they're coming into the last 20 metres, it looks like they've got a pretty confident win on their hands. The West take out the win. Bit of splashing going on, but it looks like that JTC crew will come second, followed by the composite crew, Swan River, and then Shenton College 2 round out the field. So yeah, some pretty good racing there. Pretty close for the most part, so well done. And then looking up beyond the course, it looks like the boats are getting ready to start now. And in that crew, Division 3, so in lane 8 will be A&A, lane 7 is Scratch, lane 6 is Shenton, lane 5 will be JTC, and lane 4 will be Swan River.
Just the 4 boats in Div 3. And as we can see on this overhead shot on the live stream, we do now definitely have a head current. So it's not too breezy. The water's remaining flat. We definitely do have a head current. So coaches will be keeping an eye on those conditions for races coming up, setting up their boats, setting up their oars for the conditions. But head current or tail breeze will take, cross breeze, and it sucks a little bit more.
Yeah, with the cross breeze, particularly in these younger, inexperienced crews, you really causes a lot of imbalance and a lot of steering issues. So for the time being, as a head, I'm not going to complain in the slightest. Yeah, particularly as Year 9, they've only raced at Champion Lakes 3 times, sort of thing. So it's all a new experience for them. And hey, I still go between lanes at Champion Lakes, and I've been racing here for years. So yeah, shout out to these boys. Foot steering in doubles is pretty difficult. You can see at the moment just about every crew is about to start on an angle, so I'm hoping they're about to line up before the start of this race. From our view, in the drone shot, it looks like the umpire has raised the white flag, signifying a changeover to the starter umpire's jurisdiction. So it looks like this race is underway. And yep, the race has started. We'll see, it looks like JTC had the quickest of the first few strokes, but it looks like just about every crew is starting in the boys with a bit of drift and steering issues. With JTC still looking slightly ahead with another crew which appears to be Swan River.
Yeah, so some really strong rowing here on the drone footage from Shenton College. Boys here are rowing pretty long and strong, giving JTC a really good run for their money. So they're neck and neck here, out for first place, and Swan River and A&A kind of having their battle out in second place. So if the boys here can hold their line and not do too much oversteering and overcorrecting, then they will be well placed here to get a win in the Div 3. But we can see here on the drone footage as we enter the red boys, the Shenton crew has entered lane 8, but that's okay. They're not impeding on A&A. They are making a correction now to go back into their lane. But this potentially may cost them the lead with JTC looking really strong. So these boys are going to keep battling it out, and good on them. They're putting their hand in the fire and saying, we're not giving up until we cross the finish line, no matter what. So these boys are going at it. They're going at it hard, and JTC are staying nice and clean, kind of in the middle of their lane, in a world of their own. So these guys are having an absolute battle, and it'll be interesting to see as we come down to these last 15 strokes how this plays out.
It looks like Lara has given the commentator's curse for JTC in terms of their steering. They now are exceptionally close to Swan River. As we see, they're just about in the same lane as they're coming through the finish line. And from the finish camera, JTC takes out the lead. Second is the tricolour bow of UWABC. Third, Swan River. And then A&A takes out fourth place. Another good race for the field, and well done, boys. There was some tricky conditions with the steering there, but they managed it pretty well under the watchful supervision of the BROs.
Yeah, so it looks like Shenton may have rode a couple more metres than their counterparts in that race, but looked like JTC fell under the pump and then at the last minute let the steering slip, and I apologise, maybe I did curse them. That was not my intention at all. So moving on to Div 4 of the schoolboys Year 9 double. This is the last division of this event. We will have in Lane 8, A&A, Lane 7, All Saints, Lane 6, Swan River, Lane 5, JTC, and Lane 4, JTC. Right, so it looks like we've almost got a start for the Div 4 of the schoolboys Year 9 double. And if you are watching the live stream, we've just got All Saints and Swan River just saying a friendly hello to each other, interlocking oars. But if it's not happening during racing, it's fine. They should separate now and move into their own lanes. It's only sportsmanship, right, to give your fellow competitor a little handshake before the start line, quite literally.
Yeah, maybe it could be some mind games going on there between the two crews there. Maybe there's some words exchange going on, try getting each other's heads. Everyone knows the Division 4 of the Year 9 double scull is a hotly contested prize, so you never know what's going on there. Maybe it's a steering issue. Maybe it was deliberate from those two crews.
Might try it out. Pennant 2. Alright, well, it looks like we've almost got a line now for this last division. And the schoolboys Div 4 are off. So some early steering adjustments from the crews, but they're all doing really well to manage their boat. And it's A&A in lane 8. They've had a really nice, quick and clean start. They're just about half a boat in front of the Swan River crew. And JTC crews over in lane 4s and 5. They're potentially also having a little chat, a little Saturday morning chat with each other as they almost collided, but they're now separated and they're off and away. So this A&A crew, they're going to be chased down here by the Swan River crew. If they can just stay nice and clean and race their own race, they're in a really good position here to kind of come away from this race nice and cleanly.
Yeah, some fantastic races from the crews here. As with all Year 9 doubles, it seems the lanes have been taken as a little bit of a suggestion today, but they're not impeding on each other too much. So we'll see how the races go. It obviously causes another element of stress while you're trying to focus on getting a catch in and pulling hard and negotiating with the lactic acid, as is customary with a 500 metre race as you're getting into the last 200 metres. But it appears that the A&A crew in lane 8 is taking the lead at the moment by a fairly comfortable margin and getting out of the chaos that is happening behind them as the field starts to spread out a little bit as we enter the last 150 metres.
Yeah, so A&A had that nice, clean and really strong start, and they've managed to hold that length and actually create a bit more length between them and the other crews as they enter into the final 100 metres of their race. So awesome racing there from the A&A boys. And as we can see, JTC could be making a late comeback here for second place as they go for a little bit of a battle with Swan River. But Swan River may be taking a bit of a head race approach here and trying to play dodgems with JTC. But they're not hitting each other. They're fine. And they're going to cross the line almost neck and neck here. And it looks like JTC will just take out this division by a barrel over Swan River. So well done to the boys there, just staying nice and calm and controlled through those last final stages of the race, followed by All Saints and the final JTC crew. So that rounds out our schoolboy Year 9 double scull, arguably my favourite event of the All Schools program, always something entertaining to watch. But then we move on to what I would consider the best boat class, the Coxed 8s.
Yeah, I mean, all these other boats come second to the Coxed 8 in my eyes in terms of having the speed with 7 other people on the boat plus a Cox is pretty awesome. And as with anything, the race is done a lot quicker if you're in an 8. So you're not writing checks you can't cash in terms of working too hard. So Yeah, we're seeing, just looking down the course from the umpire's tower, it looks like we're a couple minutes away from the start of this race. But the crews will be in lane 8 Guildford, lane 7 Shenton, lane 6 Shenton, lane 5 Shenton, lane 4 Mercedes West Composite, and lane 3 is the John 23rd crew. So yeah, fantastic having 3 Shenton crews in this race. Yeah, Year 10 girls, shout out James and Chris. They've obviously got quite a big program that they're working with under the coaches Rolly and Jake.
Yeah, copy that.
Yes, so last regatta we had the Guildford girls take out the win and the schoolgirls Year 10 Cox State, followed by Shenton 1, 2, 3 and 4. So it's good to see a couple of more schools enter this week. So we've got JTC, Mercedes, 3 Shenton 8s and Guildford. So it's awesome to have a really well-rounded race coming into state champs. So Guildford will be seeded to be the favourites in this race, but it'll be interesting to see. We haven't seen the JTC Mercedes crew out yet this season, so we never know what to expect from this one. So all eyes peeled onto the course.
And the Mercedes West crew is listed as a Mercedes West Composite, but having a look on our Rowing WA website, it appears that there's only one Mercedes rower in this race, which in the website has been entered as stroke seat. So it's predominantly a West crew. And the racing of the U10 Girls 8 has started, but you can see on lane 8 and 7 there's already one collision, and the umpire has risen the red flag. So generally, if it's in the first 100 metres of the race, they will restart the race. So it looks like we're up for another delay, but there were quite a few boats very close together there, not quite aligned. So I think I saw 2 of the Shenton crews within 4 overlaps, and then the other Shenton crew at Swan River had 4 overlaps. So it looks like JTC were the only ones out in the clear. So well done for them. But yeah, it looks like we'll have a little delay now as we're restarting this race at the 1K again. Guildford looked fine. It looked like just everyone was compressed in. Oh look. Yeah. I mean, you see when I do off the live stream. Like. Crews at the back are steering out of the safety lane now and back into lane 7 and 6. And judging from my look at the tower, I'm going to take a punt and say it looks like Guildford is in the lead, followed by West. Ferg McCallum, Guildford coach, has given me a thumbs up and is very happy with that guess from me. And the crews are coming into the last 400 metres of the race now, and it still looks like a close-up. Looks like Guildford slightly ahead of West, with slightly ahead of Shenton 3 and JTC, with the two Shenton crews still rolling out the back of the field, but looking like they're making up some of that lost ground now.
So it's Westies and Guildford out in front of the schoolgirls Year 10 Cox State. And Guildford is in lane 8 of this picture, just slightly out of screen at the moment on the live stream. And the Westies are in the middle of the course. It looks like they're going at it for each other. JTC sitting comfortably in 3rd place. And it's this Westies crew stroked by the Mercedes rower, having a good little battle here with Guildford as they come up to the last 100 metres of their 1,000 metre race. And it's the Guildford girls digging deep here for these final few strokes, going past their tent, past their coaches. And it would be Westies by about 3 seats on Guildford. Really close racing for those two crews, with JTC rounding out the girls Year 10 Cox 8 in 3rd place, followed by the Shenton College 8s.
Yeah, and as spoken, the Shenton College 8s appeared to have some steering or boat issues earlier in the race, so they seem to be taking down the course at a relatively moderate rate and a little bit less effort. But yeah, never fun to hop back in a race after having stopped due to a collision. So well done, girls, for finishing off the race. And yeah, looking down the course, looks like we've got the schoolboys open Coxed quad with lane 8 Swan River, lane 7 Shenton College 1, lane 6 Shenton College 2, lane 5 JTC, and lane 4 A&A. And this will be one of 2 heats. Looking down the course, it looks like it's just started, if not lining up. And yeah, fantastic effort there. The Shenton girls have just rounded out the schoolgirls Year 10 8. And the schoolboys Cox quad looks like Division 1, looks like it's about 250 metres in, and it looks like lane 8 ahead, followed by lane 7, and then it's a pretty fierce battle between lanes 6, 5 and 4. So yeah, lane 8 would be Swan River, and lane 7 would be Shenton College. Swan River still overlapping, but maybe looking 3 to 4 seats clear of the Shenton College crew at this stage. But as we know, with schoolboys racing, anything can happen in this last 500 metres. Love to see these Shenton College boys give a real lift and have some pretty close racing coming into the last 300 metres of the race. Probably passing the 500 metre mark now, just on our screen, and also on the island having a look left up the course.
So it's Swan River out with an early lead in what is quite a hotly contested event in the All Schools program, the Schoolboys Open Cox Quad. Really fast event when it's a quick day. So it's going to be one that the schools are definitely going to be eyeing off to win come state champs. So Shenton College still making contact with the Swan River Rowing Club's crew in lane 8. And then at the back of the field, there's a bit of a battle for third place happening.
Still appearing pretty close. I don't think that lead has changed at all in the last 250 metres. As the first of the crews start to come into that last 250 now, we'll see what tick up in rate they can give. Still looking like Swan slightly ahead, but UWA-ABC Shenton College not far behind at all. And then it looks like the other Shenton College, JTC and A&A crews rounding out for third. It looks like the JTC crew is in third place at the moment by a few seats. Probably about 150, 100 metres left of the race now. Swan River still ahead. At a similar rate to the Shenton College crew. Shenton College crew looking pretty clean with their catches. I'd love to see what they can produce next week. But next regatta rather, but this time around it looks like Swan River will take out first. Shenton College with the second. JTC third, before a fourth with the tricolour bowl of UWA-ABC, and a fifth with A&A. And casting your eyes up the course while the drone catches up, lane 2 of the Schoolboys Open Cox Quad will be in lane 8 West, lane 7 All Saints, lane 6 JTC, lane 5 Shenton College, and lane 4 will be Perth Modern. And looking up the course, it looks pretty close between first, second and third, between Shenton West and JTC at the moment, with with JTC, All Saints and West with Shenton College and Perth Mod slightly off the pack. At this stage, it looks like the All Saints crew is out ahead, with West hot on their tail, with JTC slightly behind that. JTC looks like it's flirting with the boys a little bit in their steering, which is always throws you off your rhythm a little bit as you hit a buoy and catch a crab. But it looks like they're starting to come back and recover back in the centre of their lane. The drone footage, an immaculate look of the All Saints crew, looking pretty high rate and pretty well timing right now as they're coming towards the 300 metre mark. I'm sure their legs are starting to burn and the engine room's working, the lungs are burning. But looking good, they're starting to extend that lead a little bit.
Yeah, that All Saints crew is probably eyeing off for a Div 1 seed for All School State Champs to get into the mix there for the state championship titles. So they're rowing really well in time, looking at this drone footage, nice and long and strong, keeping a nice distance off the Westies crew. So as they enter the red boys now, 250 to go, as Jed said, the legs will be burning, the lungs will definitely be burning too. They've just got to put their hand in the fire here and just hold it through and hold off any of the pushes that Westies or the JTC crews may have, and may have a crack at this All Saints quad coming through. But for the last 750 metres at anything to go by, I'd put my money on the All Saints crew here, taking out this Div 2. We got Shenton and Perth Mod just battling it out in the furthest lanes from the island to the right hand of the screen, but All Saints coming here, doing a bit of a masterclass in the Div 2, looking sharp, looking clean. A couple of these boys were in the schoolboy singles this morning, performed really well, and they've crossed the line in first place for Div 2, followed by the West Australian Rowing Club and JTC. It was good to see in that All Saints quad, stroked by Nishan Sana. He was a reserve this year for WA State Team Penrith Cup, so it's good to see some young and upcoming lightweight athletes coming through the community and inspiring the next generation of All Saints kids through his program.
And looking up the course, not quite yet to start, but the next race will be the Schoolgirls Open Double. Really keen to watch this. In lane 8 will be Shenton College, Sophie Fitzgerald, Eleanor Frank. Lane 7 will be West Johnson and Gustano. Lane 6 will be All Saints Garvey and Benison. Lane 5 will be Freo, Generat and Froud. Lane 4 will be West with Ronnie and Cassis Hewlin. Lane 3, Fremantle with Duke and Offa. Lane 2 will be JTC with Barbie and Lucas. And lane 1 will be Swan River with Moriark and Stewart. So, having seen a lot of these names earlier today in the Schoolgirls Open Single, this is a really hot race to see in terms of the calibre of the rowing here. There's quite a few members of this which have won medals at nationals and represented state crews and pathways. So I think this will be a really hotly contested race, particularly seeing the calibre of athletes that we already saw in the Schoolgirls Single and how close that was. And having rowed in this program for several years, I'm sure a lot of these girls know roughly where they're sitting with each other, so it'll be pretty interesting to see what the clubs can pull out in terms of a cohesive double.
Yeah, look, and all eyes will be on lane 8 here, Fitzgerald and Frank. They have off to a clean start. They're with a little bit of a battle early on with Leticia Generat and Briar Froud from Fremantle. So it looks like it's those two in the lead to begin with some strong starts from the other crews as well. But they're all battling it out now in a straight line for third place. So anything can happen at this point of the race. We've got Leticia and Briar from Fremantle Rowing Club. They're looking clean, looking strong in the middle of the pack. But they are out. So it looks like Sophie and Eleanor from Shenton College, they're going to be just kind of ticking along here, getting ready to pounce when they feel ready, not rushing for anyone. They're confident in themselves, they're sitting tall, but it's a battle out here for third place as well between JTC, Westies and another Fremantle crew. But as Jed said earlier, most of these girls rode in the single sculls this morning, and that was highly competitive. So we can assume that the back half of this race is going to replicate the same.
And possibly looking like some steering issues from lane 7 and 6, not impeding on each other at all, but looks like they're rowing a little bit further and getting caught up in the boys a little bit. Still looks like, I would say it looks like Rio lane 5 ahead at the moment by a little bit over UWABC and the JTC crew over in lane 2. But really good to see as well an 8-lane heat as well. It's really fantastic to see the quality of racing here as the girls are starting to come through the 500 metre now. As you'll see, looking left along the lake and looking along the screen for those watching on the live stream. Still looks like that Freo in lane 5. Looks like they're pretty well in time. Really keen to see what this JTC and Shenton crew can do to level out the playing field a little bit as they come into the Red Boys.
So it's the Fremantle crew in lane 5, still holding out that lead that they got in about the first 250 of this race. They're holding the Shenton College crew well, but they're going to know that those girls have it in them to get them in the last moment. So they're going to be keeping a close eye on that lane 8 crew. And the JTC crew in third place has made some good distance now on the second Fremantle crew, so they're looking quite comfortable in third. And this race has now spread out. The speed that this Fremantle and UABC Shenton crew are going at has really spread out the pack as they enter the last 250 in the Red Boys. So it'll be interesting to see here what happens with the Shenton College crew. Do they respond? Do they step? As the Fremantle crew are looking long and strong coming through to the last 200 metres of this race. And it looks like the Fremantle crew of Briar Froud and Leticia Generat will be crossing the finish line in first place of Div 1 of the Schoolgirls Open Single. Some real strong racing there from my own crewmates, Sophie Fitzgerald and Eleanor Frank, as they cross the finish line in second. And the JTC girls over in lane 2, Lily Lucas, stroking that one there, has done an awesome job coming into third. So well done to those girls in the top 3. They're really pushing the standard for the schoolgirls open events, especially in this year's All Schools program.
Yeah, really keen to see that race in 2 weeks' time at All Schools State Champs. I think that's going to be highly competitive and a pretty coveted trophy for all those girls there. As a schoolgirls open double, you kind of get to the point where you're able to work with one of your best mates for quite a few weeks on end to get a really cohesive double forming. So pretty keen to see what the coaches can whip up in terms of that gelling together as a crew to see who can win in 2 weeks' time. And onto Div 2 of 3 of the schoolgirls double will be in lane 8 Guildford, lane 7 Guildford, lane 6 Shenton College, lane 5 Swan River, lane 4 All Saints, lane 3 A&A, and lane 2 will be JTC. So yeah, another one, 7 lanes, 7 crews. And looking down the course now, that race has started, and on the drone now, it's definitely started. Looks like the All Saints. Here's to the All Saints out in the lead, but pretty difficult to tell at this stage. It looks like Guildford lane 8 as well, Lloyd and Ryan looks like to be pushing up a fair bit for that first place as well as JTC on the far side of the course with Newcomb and Papanto. Looks like a pretty hotly contested race for first there, and that's a pretty fierce podium going on. And then slightly further back, 4th and 5th between that Shenton and the second Guildford crew will be a pretty amazing race. That's pretty stroke for stroke at the moment. The girls are through the 500 metres now. Only just, and I think this wind will make it pretty interesting for the next 500 metres of the race. Looks like Guildford, lane 8, Lloyd and Ryan maybe slightly ahead at the moment, based on my angle, but at the moment anything can happen in this last 500 metres of the race. Looks like that All Saints crew's starting to taper back in the field as well. Maybe they've written some checks they can't quite cash in the first 500 metres of the race, and we'll see what happens. Can they hang on for dear life to keep that podium finish?
Yes, that Guildford double over in lane 8, those girls had a really strong single scull races in their own respective divisions, so it's good to see them come together and dominate in the doubles. So they've got about at least 2 to 3 boat lengths now on the rest of the pack. While the All Saints crew have just been caught up by the other Guildford crew and Shenton College. So they're now in a battle for third place with those 2 other schools. Be interesting to see how this plays out in the last 250.
And can't quite see in the drone, but I can see a fair few Shenton schoolgirls lining the banks now. They're obviously cheering on their mates. Yeah, really awesome to see for All Schools 3, this level of rowing. Clearly this is quite a well-trained double. And looks like Shenton have made quite a big pushback after being off at the start, and they look like they're coming into second or third place now, which is really impressive, given they were back in fifth at the 500. Like I said, at the schoolgirls, didn't kind of have anything going on. And JTC's slightly falling back after their amazing start as well. Looking across the field, it looks like a pretty firm, dominant first place from this Guildford crew. Wasn't looking that way at the 250 metres, but they've definitely, the last 750 metres of the race, they've definitely had a firm foothold on the rest of the crews. And Shenton's going a little bit of a zigzag down the last 250 metres. You kind of have the got focused about steering and pull like a dog, but it looks like they're rowing slightly further, and it'll be Guildford in second, Shenton in third place. JTC coming in fourth, and that All Saints crew with the best start will be coming in fifth. Still a pretty impressive effort from those girls. And then it'll be A&A and Swan River rounding out the rest of the field. What a fantastic race to watch in terms of the calibre of racing there. And we are moving towards the third and final race of the Schoolgirls double, which will be in lane 8 JTC, lane 7 Shenton, lane 6 West, lane 5 All Saints, lane 4 A&A, lane 3 Shenton, and lane 2 JTC. So pretty awesome to see. The spread of schools across all the heats is really awesome to see. You're not quite having one school dominating the field. You're having a fair amount of schools being spread throughout, so it means you're racing against different people and people you haven't necessarily trained against back in your home turf. So really good to see, and keen to see how this third division will play out.
And Div 3 of the Schoolgirls Open Double Scull have started, so they're off. We've got the Shenton College crew in lane 7, just off to a nice clean start, but we can't write off JTC in lane 2. They're also kind of in their own world there, clear from any sort of random steering mishaps that are happening in the middle of the course. So they've got clear water. Shenton are also having a good time in their lane, and these two crews look like they have an early lead. So lane 2 and 7, they may not be seeing each other just yet, unless they really do have a good look over their shoulder. But they're going to be battling it out here for an early lead. It's a line for bronze at the moment. We got JTC, All Saints, and Shenton College kind of battling it out for third place. We'll see if anyone starts to make a move as they approach the 500 metre mark. But JTC look like they might just have a nose ahead now of the Shenton College crew in lane 7. So both of those crews had a good, clean start and got away from any sort of steering mishaps. And they're now probably noticed each other, and they're probably having a look going, okay, you're there. I'm going to see if I can make a little step and get my nose out in front. But these girls are at least year 11 and 12, so they've been racing for a while. This racing isn't new to them, so there's probably a bit more strategy involved with their racing as compared to the year 9s, which fly and die.
You've seen a couple of fly and die method being used in some of these races. Obviously with 1K, you're probably only rowing for 4 minutes, but particularly in that last 250 metres, you have to really negotiate with the lactic acid in your legs there to decide, hey, I am going to go. It looks like JTC is still slightly ahead, but looks like the Shenton crew in second, maybe half a length behind. Starting to go towards one side of their lane with some steering issues, so they've corrected that now. But it still looks like pretty close race between them, and it looks for the race for third. It looks like JTC, the second crew, has cemented their position there, while All Saints and Shenton look like they're battling it out for fourth together. They're still pretty close together. All crews have passed through the 500 now. There's only 2 minutes left of just how much can you hang on, and and dig in, put your hand in the fire. It looks like Shenton have made a comeback on JTC quite well here. Looks like it'll be a really even last 250 metres, so I implore everyone to come down and watch the finale of this race. Looks like it's going to be a really interesting last 250 metres between these two crews.
Yes, maybe Shenton have spotted the tiger in the jungle and they've decided to take a step and run for it. Can they claim Div 3 of the Schoolgirls Open Double Scull? Well, JTC aren't going to let it slip easily for them. They're going to make them work hard for it. So it does look like Shenton in lane 7 have a nose out ahead of JTC. And JTC in lane 8, I mean, they've been moving up this entire race. They were a bit slow off the start, but they're coming up as well into contention for a top 2 finish. But it's the Shenton crew here. If they can just stick out a nice straight line into the lead into the Red Boys in the last 250, and the same with JTC, it's going to be a real battle on our hands for the last 30 strokes.
Yeah, Red Boys is definitely showing a whine between both crews. I think with both crews being even, it almost gets to the point of who can whine quicker and who can do this last 250 quicker. Obviously, that's a mental game with yourself, but yeah, let's say this last 150 metres now will be pretty tight. Both crews are looking stroke for stroke at the moment. Yeah, like Lara said, lane 8, JTC has really moved up the field after a bit of a subpar start from them, and compared to the calibre of their rowing right now. So yeah, really impressive to see how much they've come up in the field. Looks like that All Saints other Shenton crew have slightly dropped off the field now. But it looks like maybe Shenton a bow ball ahead. Last 50 metres of the stroke, too hard to call. Looks real close. And looking at the finish camera, it'll be Shenton by about a seat or two, followed by JTC, followed by the other JTC crew, who have done a fantastic effort in coming up on the field. Then it'll be stroke for stroke between 4th and 5th with the Shenton and All Saints, but at this stage it's looking like All Saints might be just ahead by a canvas. And Shenton, and then it'll be the last two crews who round out the field with West and A&A. Yeah, fantastic racing seeing the Schoolgirls Open Double. It's a really interesting race to watch. Like, the small boats require a lot of work and just a lot of labour of love sort of thing, working with your best mate and trying to get that boat humming along. So real fantastic effort with all the crews that have been in all 3 divisions. Fantastic to see how many crews have come out for this race as well. Almost full heats for all of them. And looking along the lake, the next race is the Schoolgirls Year 10 single, starting with Div 2 over, and then Div 4, Div 3, Div 1. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. In lane 8 will be Guildford, lane 7 Swan River, lane 6 Shenton College, lane 5 Freo, lane 4 All Saints, lane 3 JTC, and lane 2 will be Swan River.
All right, so it is Div 2 of the Schoolgirls Year 10 single that we're starting with out of 4 divisions. The girls about 250 metres in here with a nice line for first place. So Swan River, All Saints and Kaylin Marshall for Swan River are all kind of in a line here in the first 300 metres of the race. So it could be a little bit of cat and mouse here up into the 500 before someone wants to make a move. And Kaylin Marshall out in lane 2 for Swan River Rowing Club. She has made a little step now before the 500. Getting out to at least now a boat length in front of the other All Saints sculler and Swan River sculler. So only 4 boats coming down for this race.
And the girls are starting to come towards the 500 now. And I still say it still appears to be Kaylin Marshall ahead. She appears to have got quite a margin in the last 100 metres. She's clearly been working on the mid-race rhythm over her counterparts in the other ones. It appears to be difficult to tell because there appears to be some DNSs. I would say... We may have gotten our Swan River athletes mixed up. Maybe it's Tara Softberg out in front. Kayla Marshall behind. And what looks to be, I'm going to say Shenton College in lane 6 is also in a pretty good battle right now. But difficult to tell off the screen with some scratchings. Really good race to watch though. On the far side in lane 2, the Swan River is getting a pretty firm stance on the race as she's coming towards the Red Boys. It's a hell of a lot easier when you're in front as well, having a look back on the rest of the crews. Hey, I've got 3 boat lengths on you. You can kind of go, all right, I can take it in a little bit easier now. Definitely the Red Boys now as the rest of these athletes come along the course. Still a pretty close race for second place and third place. These 2 athletes are side by side. I'm seeing a cheeky glance left and right. Yeah, definitely lane 2 from Swan River seems to have a pretty firm stance on the race. So second, third. So first place appears to be Tara Zoffberg, with our second place race appears to be the other Swans rower and a Freo rower. Both are still pretty close to each other. Looks like the Swans rower might have a nose ahead of the other.
One time.
And then looks like an All Saints rower in 4th place. And well done, well racing girls. That was a pretty good race to watch. Bit of a masterclass there from Swans on the far side in terms of how to push out in front in the middle of the race. Good form. And looking down the course, the crews don't look like they're lined up yet. But that race, when it gets underway, we'll have lane 8, Fremantle, Letizia, lane 7, Swan River, Rafferty, lane 6, Swan River, Morrison, lane 5, Guildford Ford, lane 4, Guildford Hame, lane 3, Perth Modern Bergmans, and lane 2, Guildford McCormick. Yeah, still looks like it's fairway away. And looking down the field, there appears that a rower is doing a row through in the safety lane. I guess I'm saying that someone missed their race and is having to do a row through. I'm assuming one of the athletes from the previous race, given there was quite a few DNSs there. Yeah, it looks like we're still a fairway away from this race, and in the drone, it looks like they're doing another 200 metres before they get to the 1K. And the race Div 4 of the Schoolgirls Year 10 single scull is underway. This one will have 3 Guildford athletes, 2 Swans athlete, 1 Freo athlete, and 1 Perth Modern athlete. Going by the drone, it looks like lane 7 is ahead at this stage, which looks to be Swan River via Rafferty. But all in all, looks like a pretty close race for second after that initial person out in front. So we'll have to see how the next couple hundred metres plays out. It looks like they're about 300 metres into the race at this stage. And I would say lane 7 looks like they're in for a pretty good second place. Actually, that might be Guildford out in front in lane 2. And then which is A. McCormick. And then it looks like Swan River in lane 7 are coming in second, which will be Vera Rafferty. And then for third is pretty close between Guildford's Isla Ford and Swan River's Jackie Morrison. Yeah, and another one again of just seeing like a lane 2 athlete just completely put a masterclass on how to do a middle 500 of a race. Because it's just about to come into the last 500 now. Passing the WABC safety boat with Izzy Utley and Elizabeth Mathwin. We're getting a pretty awesome view of the race, may I add, with some boats zinging right past them, but it still looks like lane 2 is pretty firmly in front, and I don't want to give a commentator's curse, but it looks like she's pretty clearly in the lead if this last 500 goes well with Guildford's A. McCormick. I would say at least 3 lengths sort of thing, as she's just past the 500 metres now. So, Guildford, if anyone can hear, line the banks, cheer on you, mate. She's looking for a pretty good win of Division 4 of the Schoolgirls Year 10 single scull. And for, third place is still very close between Guildford's Isla Ford and Swan River's Jackie Morrison. I'm going to say it looks like Morrison is slightly ahead at this stage, based off the drone footage for the third place. It looks like the other 2 crews are slightly back on the field.
It's a Guildford Sculling Masterclass here at Champion Lakes for All Schools 3, the unofficial sculling academy of WA. So they do have a well and truly strong lead in this race. The Div 4 of the Schoolgirls Year 10 single scull.
Quite firmly ahead, but it looks like the Guildford rower on the far side, A. McCormick, is upping the rate just for love of the game at this stage. Possibly going for time, maybe to try to get herself into a better seeding come All School State Champs. But looked like she was starting up the wine for a little bit there, seeing the Red Boys, maybe get a little kick out of it. As some Guildford coaches start cheering her on in the banks, we'll see if she lifts again. Seems to have settled in quite a nice mid-race rhythm at the moment. Not spending too many of the beans and keeping the bank nice and stable. And it looks like Swan River on the close side of the course is still pretty firmly cemented in second place. And I'd love to see this last little battle between third and fourth place. That looks like it could be quite an interesting race.
And the Guildford Scullers coming up for her final 10 strokes of the Div 4 for this event. And she'll be pretty proud of her efforts to get out in front and put out a good time. So hopefully that will help her with her seeding in 2 weeks' time. In second place will be the sculler from Swan River, Vera Rafferty. She comes across the line nice and strong. And then a little battle for third place going on here between the Guildford Sculler and Swan River. So the Guildford Sculler just across the line by about half a boat length in front of the Swan River Rowing Club to get podium finish. And then we've got a Guildford Sculler and a Fremantle Sculler just to round out this Div 4 race. Bit of lane 9 action happening here. Can't see it on the drone footage at the moment, but a bit of lane 9 action. That's not illegal. Choose your own adventure. As long as you're heading in the general direction of the finish line, you'll be right.
And then it looks like we're very close on the next one, trying to make up time with Division 3 of the schoolgirls single. Just coming into the last 500, maybe the last 400 now. Meant to be a 7-lane entry, but I can only see 3 scullers. So I will say in lane 8, it looks like John 23rd or Freo. Looks like there's a Guildford and a Swan, so I'll say Guildford is probably Madeline Lincoln. And Swan's most likely E flat. And just coming to the last 250 now, it looks like that Guildford Sculler is got maybe a length or 2 ahead of the Swan Sculler, which may be a length or 2 ahead of what looks like a Freo Sculler down the field. They're pretty good having racing this quick in this section. Yeah, we've got the Guildford looking quite clearly ahead of the race now. Guildford's done really well in this Year 10 schoolgirl sculling, so well done to the coaches there. You've done quite a good job. And yeah, Swan River in second. And then a couple mishaps happening in lane 8. But have managed to recover from the boys pretty well there.
Yes, there's been a few scratchings from this race, which is why we're only seeing 3 girls coming down. But the Guildford Sculler, Madeline Lincoln, has done well to make it her own race to get across the line. And she would take out Div 3 of the schoolgirls Year 10 single scull. Followed by the Swan River rower. And just currently off screen is the Fremantle rower, following the footsteps of her roommate coming down in lane 9. So we're moving right on to the final division, which is actually Div 1 of the schoolgirls Year 10 single scull. So in lane 8 we have Emma Jarvis from Guildford. Lane 7, Swan River, Eleanor Taylor. Lane 6, we have Mercedes Williams Green. In lane 5, we have Emily Ross. In lane 4, we have Libby Todd from Westies. Lane 3, Philia Go from All Saints. In lane 2, we have Frankie Champtalope from Fremantle. And in lane 1, April Bruton from Fremantle. So a full division for this one here. And we have all 8 lanes filled. So out in a very early lead is the Guildford Sculler, Emma Jarvis. Now she's already in the last 250 here. So we didn't see what happened at the start of the race, but it looks like she has gained a fair amount of distance on the rest of the pack. Now in second place will be the Fremantle Sculler. And there's a bit of a tight battle for third in the rest of the pack. So Emma Jarvis putting on a pretty big Sculling Academy showcase here from Guildford, following in the footsteps of the rest of her squad mates. So the Guildford gang down at the island are giving her a really big cheer as she comes across into her last 10 strokes of Div 1, Year 10 girls single scull. And it looks like in third place, we've got an All Saints Sculler, Philia Go. She's out with a lead on the rest of the pack, so she's made a move to get out into third place. Second place will be the Fremantle Sculler. And as we come onto screen here, we'll see the tight battle that's been happening here for third. There's actually a Guildford Scholar coming up onto Ophelia Go here, making a little battle at the end, but it will be the All Saints Scholar taking out third place, followed by Guildford, Westies, Swan River, Mercedes and Fremantle. So really close racing there for Div 1 of the Year 10 Girls Single Scull.
And looking at this upstream, we've already got the about 400 metres left of the Schoolboys Year 10 Cox Quad with Lane 8 Shenton College, Lane 7 Swan River, Lane 6 West, Lane 5 JTC and Lane 4 another Shenton College crew. That's already looking like a pretty hotly contested race. Based on the drone footage, it looks like West are about a length clear of Lane 8 and 7, which is the Shenton and Swan River crews respectively. It looks like Shenton's just a seat ahead or two of Swans in the second place, but the first three crews are already in the red boys. West are looking pretty firmly ahead. I've seen a couple looks out the boat by some of the boys to see how far they got left. Looks like they've really spent themselves here, but they're still rowing pretty well, still rowing pretty tall, nice good rhythm. As for second place, it looks like Shenton might still be ahead, but Swan River appear to be rating a little bit higher, so might be able to get just ahead in the last 250. Hope Shenton give a little bit of a lift into this last little bit. It looks like they are looking quite spent. And it'll be West take out first. Swans have taken out second and Shenton third after a pretty big lift from Swans in the last 250 there. Fourth place is JTC. And fifth place is the other Shenton crew. Congrats boys, that was a pretty good race. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have one more race before lunch, being Division 2 of the Schoolboys Year 10 Cox Squad, which will have JTC in Lane 8, Shenton in Lane 7, West in Lane 6 and Shenton in Lane 5. So 4 crews across the event for Shenton. Means Ethan, Lockie and Connor are doing a pretty good job wrangling 4 crews, whereas most schools only have 1 or 2, but it's pretty impressive to see this number of athletes at an all-schools regatta. We seem to be breaking records year on year with the involvement in the sport, so that's really testament to the work that rowing WA and all the clubs are doing, and as well as the in conjunction with the schools. So just looking at the drone footage now, the crews are getting ready to start. They're all at some wonky angles, so I think they're just slowly getting into their lanes before we have the big lunch rush with the 30-minute break. We are about 10 minutes behind schedule, so it looks like we'll be able to absorb that into our lunch break. And all crews are just tapping up to the start line now. Still some wonky angles, but a couple more meters before they hit the 1K marker where the starter will start the crew. And looking down the course, the boys are away. But the Shenton College crew in lane 5, couple seats in front at this stage, seeing the tricolour bow further on the drone screen makes it pretty easy to identify the Shenton and Uni crews. Looks like the other Shenton crew is just in second at this stage, followed by JTC. And then All Saints sitting in 4th at the moment.
Yeah, so quick start from these 4 crews. Looking really competitive and tight the first kind of 250, 300 metres of this race. It is the 2 Shenton crews battling it out at the moment. Probably feeling like it's a little training paddle out at Matilda Bay as they look over and see their crewmates that they're used to training with. But JTC have just dropped off a little bit off the stern of the Shenton crew in lane 7, with All Saints then back another boat length off JTC. So it's definitely these 2 Shenton crews battling it out as if it was a training session at Matilda Bay, seeing who's going to get each other before the 500 metre.
I reckon for these boys, I think beating your friends is probably more important than beating some of the other schools in terms of having bragging rights at school on Monday. So I think we'll see some cranking going along with these guys. Looks like the other Shenton crew has overtaken the lane 5 that was initially in front. So really good to see some tight racing, and JTC maybe a length back, and all schools maybe 3 lengths back on the field. And betting these boys are pretty happy we've got some relatively flat water, not like the Mounts Bay Road bash that they're used to. So these boys are looking pretty clean into a headwind for a 3rd and 4th crew in Division 2 of the Schoolboys Year 10 Cox Quad. Yeah, it still looks like lane 7 and maybe 3 seats clear at this stage as we had the last race before the lunch break. I'm fairly sure they're going to have some looks left and right as they know what each other are capable of, and no one likes losing to a mate, but it's really good to see this competitiveness intra-club, and we're seeing the guys come into the last 500 now.
Yes, the JTC crew in lane 8 have really stepped up now. They've made contact again with the lane 7 crew. The Shenton crew in lane 5 just have a boat issue in their stroke seat. They're now rowing as a bow 3. So lane 5 of Shenton College, they're rowing as a bow 3. Can they hold off from the All Saints crew? They've got to recover this quickly and try and keep his blades off the water. I think it might be a seat issue here, Jeff, from what I can see. He was trying to get his seat back on. Stroke seat is now trying to get back in rhythm, but oh my God, it's it's a bit stressful to watch. But the guys are back now, they've recovered, and they're still just got contact with All Saints back there in 3rd place. So in the front of the pack, it is still Shenton in lane 7 with JTC in lane 8. They have hit the red boys. JTC are holding contact with Shenton, keeping the pressure on. Those boys can't lighten off now, otherwise JTC will eat them up.
Yeah, really the time for these Shenton boys to really let the monkey out of the cage and really release the beast with this last 100 metres going here. So looks like from the drone some timing issues perhaps along some crew. Maybe they're getting stressed and starting to really start to burn in the legs, but it looks like as long as they compose now that they can take this win and dish it out to their mates who are at this stage coming in third. A bit of bragging rights for some playground tactics for these boys.
Yeah, so the Shenton crew, I think they're feeling the pressure, they're feeling the pinch from JTC, but they're staying internal, racing their race. They're going to cross the finish line in about 5 strokes with JTC right on their tail. So Shenton College in lane 7 take the win in the Div 2 of the Schoolboys Year 10 Cox Quad with JTC right on their tail, half a boat length down in 2nd place. Now, the Shenton crew that were coming in first off that hot start that they had, they've just been battling it down the field with some boat issues, but they've recovered. And are they about to get overtaken by All Saints? They do, by a bow. Oh, the Shenton boys in lane 7 are going to have a field day with their crewmates over there.
Yeah, really heartbreaking to watch some boat issues and then manage to somewhat recover and then lose by a seat. It's really tough for that Shenton crew, particularly they were coming first, but unfortunately that's rowing. So that's all part of it. Congrats for the boys. Congrats on all the morning of racing, and yeah, looks like we will start racing again at 12:30 with the mixed open quad. So until now, we'll turn off the commentating, and I encourage everyone, please hit up the upstairs area of the Shenton for some catering of some baked goods and some nachos, and then also to hit up the barbecue. The Shenton parents have this running like a well-oiled machine, so go hit it up, test their rhythm, see how many orders you can do at once. Cheers, everyone. Over and out.
mixed open Cox quad coming down the course. They are in the final 250 metres of their race. Do apologise, I was late back up to the commentary box. I was having a gourmet UABC bacon and egg burger with hash browns. It was to die for. So in the lead we have the Westies Mercedes Composite in lane 7, having a really tight battle with the JTC crew over in lane 4. So it's Westies Mercedes and JTC battling out here at the end. And looks like JTC just have about 2 seats ahead of this Westies Mercedes Composite. JTC about 5 strokes left of this race to take out Div 1 of the open mixed Cox quad, followed by the Westies Mercedes Composite and the All Saints crew coming into 3rd place. Any oxen steering the boat. Always a really fun event in the school all schools program. One that is loved by many of the kids and always makes for really interesting and fun racing. Never quite know who's going to come out on top. So in Div 2 is still JTC, just with about 2 seats ahead of A&A in lane 8. A&A in lane 6, still pushing on the top 2. Sitting quite comfortably now in 3rd position with Shenton just off by a boat length, with the Mercedes and Perth Mod Composite sitting a couple of boat lengths behind Shenton. The yellow blades, the yellow zooties of JTC make them very distinctful in the live stream and when you're watching them come down the course on the island. Now it looks like A&A may have just taken a seat on JTC here as they approach the 250 metre mark. And A&A in lane 6 are also making a shift as they approach that final wind. It'll be interesting to see here how JTC can step away from these 2 crews that are pushing them. And no doubt A&A they do their battle paddles down at Bayswater. They're pretty used to rowing side by side there. They're going to be feeling calm and controlled in this moment. How can JTC hold them off? It's JTC by half a boat length on ANA in lane 8 and half a boat length back on ANA in lane 6. It's a 1, 2, 3 happening here, all within half a boat length of each other. As the JTC coxswain calls for a final push, they come into 10 strokes of the finish line. They've been leading for the whole race. And they cross the finish line in first in a very strong, well-dominated race with ANA in lane 8 coming into second, closely followed by their crewmates in lane 6. Awesome racing, guys. Will then be Shenton College and the Mercedes Perth Mod Composite to round out Div 2. Next race, School Mixed Year 10 Cox Quad. We have in lane 8, Westies, in lane 7, Swan River, in lane 6, JTC, lane 5, JTC, lane 4, All Saints, and lane 3, Shenton. So they are off and away, with Swans in lane 7 off to a quick start, closely followed by Westies and JTC in lane 6. Swans in lane 7 have put about a boat length now into Westies. They're often the leading position. Westies have now also gained a bit of length off the rest of the pack, with the two JTC crews having a battle paddle like they would down at Canning Bridge. And they are closely under pressure from All Saints and Shenton. So a bit of a pack happening in third place. But Swan River are out for with a convincing lead early into the 500 metre mark. And approaching the last 250 metres here, we have the Swan River crew in lane 7, still holding out that convincing lead. They've pushed out a couple of few more lengths off the rest of the pack. And it's still a tight battle for third place coming into the Red Boys. So the two JTC crews are right up amongst it with All Saints and Shenton, while the Westies crew in lane 8 looking comfortable in second place. So Swan River with 2 more strokes left of the direct div of the school Year 10 mixed quad will take out the win. A very convincing dominant start from that crew. It will be Westies that take out second place. And a battle for third is on. So it's JTC lane 5 just down by about a seat on the All Saints crew. And Shenton are right up there as well. But it looks like All Saints will just nudge ahead for third place, with JTC, Shenton, and then the final JTC crew in lane 6 coming through. So a good battle there for third place. Up next, we have the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad. We've got a full race for this Div 1. So lane 8, Shenton College, lane 7, Guildford, lane 6, JTC, lane 5, All Saints, lane 4, Shenton College, lane 3, Shenton College, lane 2, All Saints, and lane 1, Shenton College. So this is a seeded race. These crews have been going fast for the last 2 regattas. And what we can see here in the early stages is Shenton College out in a lead. It is only 500 metres, so they don't have too far to go and too much space to make some moves. You've got to be out quick. It's great to see a full race here for Div 1 of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad. Real strong Shenton contingent in Div 1 with 4 Cox Quads making the seeding. Really strong squad being coached by Dell, Hannah and Grace out of UWA. And how can I forget Paige? Of course, Paige. So big shout out to those 4 girls. They've had to get 4 Cox Quads out on the water just for this race, and then they've got another 2 quads coming up in the next division. So we are trying to get an alignment here, but we've got a couple of boats not quite in their lanes, so the umpires are making those small adjustments. And the Year 9 girls Cox Quad, they are off. So a full race here with all 8 lanes being contested for this title. And these guys are going to be using this as a dress rehearsal for a fortnight's time at State Champs. Lane 8, Shenton College, are off to a very quick start. They're looking strong and punchy coming off the start line. They are followed by JTC in lane 6 and Shenton College in lane 4. So it really is a Shenton College v the other schools in this division in particular. A little bit of a battle along Mounts Bay Road perhaps. So lane 8, Shenton College, off to a lead by at least a boat length. They are being followed by JTC. And Shenton College in lane 4 and 5 are just saying a little quick hello before a little steering adjustment, and now they're back in their lane. So lane 4 just coming in there, but not to interfere on anyone else. We're hitting the red buoys already, so again, 500 metre racing is super quick. You've got to be strong off the start. Make sure that we're all down from our tents here at the island, cheering on for the other crews. There is a slight crab happen here for the Shenton College crew in lane 8. If they can recover nice and quickly, they can probably get their nose out in front. It is JTC now that have taken that. And Guildford in lane 7 have moved into second position. So now it's a battle between the 2 Shenton crews in lane 4 and 3. They're battling it out here for third place. So JTC now sitting quite comfortably about a seat ahead of Guildford. Unfortunately for that Shenton lane 8 crew, they had such a strong start and they may have just had a little oar slip up. But again, it's dress rehearsals for states. The big show is into a fortnight's time. And JTC with their final few strokes will take out the win in the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad Div 1. And it's a Shenton College crew from lane 4 with a massive push at the end there to get into second place to take on Guildford. So awesome work there from the Shenton College crew. Coming up from about 4th and made up 2 spots in that last few metres. And we got All Saints coming through on the right-hand side of your top end of your screen. Shenton College and the girls in lane 8. So the girls in lane 8 gave a gift this week to JTC, but I don't think they'll be as generous in a fortnight's time. And Div 2 of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Squad has begun. No, my apologies, they're actually lining up for the start line. So they get a nice little paddle down from the 1K. little warm-up, little runway into the start line. And in this race we have in lane 8, Shenton College, in lane 7, JTC, in lane 6, All Saints, lane 5, ANA, lane 4, Guildford, lane 3, Shenton, and lane 2, Shenton. We almost have a start here in Div 2 of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Squad. Just getting those final adjustments for alignment. are some interesting angles. That's okay. And they are off. So we'll see how the coxswains handle a bit of steering adjustments for pretty much all the crews as they start on a slight angle, but they are now all straight and they are off and racing. So All Saints are out with a bit of a lead on the other crews, but everyone else is quite tightly contested. In lane 7, JTC. The crews have done well here to all realign themselves back into their lanes after a slight interesting alignment at the start. The ANA crew in the middle of the course is out now by at least a boat length on the All Saints crew and the Guildford crew in lane 4. The Shenton College crew in lane 3 are coming into their crewmates to say good afternoon in lane 2, and Shenton lane 3 have stopped to avoid a collision, but they are recovering and they're back on their way. So ANA staying out of the crossfire as they enter the 250 with pretty much a 2 to 3 boat length lead on the Guildford and All Saints crews. The Shenton College crew down lane 8 have stayed out of harm's way as well, but they're sitting probably about in 4th position now. And the ANA crew rowing really strong, really relaxed as they come through to the last 10 strokes of their race. So they're leading very comfortably as they head towards the finish line. With Guildford out in 2nd, having a little slight contest with All Saints in lane 7. It will be Guildford crossing the line in lane 4. And it's Shenton Bunbury Composite at the top of the screen. They have come through for 3rd place, just getting All Saints by a barrel ball at the end there. And the 2 Shenton College crews finishing it off. So next race is the Schoolboys Year 9 Single Scull, Div 1. In lane 8 is Bunbury, James Dunkley. Lane 7, Swan River, Curtis Duff. In lane 6, Zame Ryth. In lane 5, Swan River, Christian. Lane 4, Bunbury, Jake Collins. Lane 3, Swan River, Griffin Lote. And in lane 2, Swan River, Hassan Mirza. So we're off to a start. We can see the iconic red boat of Bunbury in lane 8, but it is the Swan River Curtis Duff in lane 7, out to just like a nose length ahead of the All Saints rower in lane 6. The boys have entered the red boys here. 500 metre racing, it's over and out before you know it. You can blink and almost miss it. It's that Swan River rower in lane 7, just out with a nose length ahead. And Jake Collins from Bunbury in lane 4, challenging the Swan River Rowing Club sculler in lane 7. He's going to give it a red hot crack. As we said, Bunbury Big Boat Sprint is a favourite here, and he knows that 500 metre course like no one else here. So he's giving it a hot crack, but it looks like it's probably the Swan River sculler coming through. The All Saints is also putting the pressure, putting the heat on. And it's a good battle here between the Year 9 boys. And And it'll be Swan River for first place in Div 1. And it'll be a photo finish for All Saints and Bunbury's Jake Collins. So we love a photo finish. We're going to have to see the official results for that one. And to round it out is Swan River's rower in lane 2. So we'll move on to Division 2, which has already started. It's coming up to the 300 metre mark now. I'm going to hand over to guest commentator Sophie Strickland, UABC legend, Club 4 bronze medalist, and coaching extraordinaire.
Thank you so much, Lara, for that introduction. So here in lane 8 we have John 23rd with Nicholas Davis. In lane 7 we have All Saints with Thea Suran. In lane 6 we have A&A with William Tyson. In lane 5 we have John 23rd with James Flynn. In lane 4 we have Swan River Rowing Club with Sam. And in lane 3 we have John 23rd again with Seth Ricardo. So out in front with a very promising lead, but that is getting battled with lane, is Swan River Rowing Club and All Saints College. Going stroke for stroke at the moment, but I'm pretty sure JTC has that lead on, finishing about a boat length away, and then JTC again in second. And JTC in third. Wow, what a race. JTC cannot be unhappy with that. Well done, boys. Perfect. And this is our Division 3 of the Schoolboys Year 9. In lane 8 we have Swan River Rowing Club. In lane 7 we have John 23rd. In lane 6 we have Bunbury. In lane 5 we have John 23rd. In lane 4 we have Swan River. And in lane 3 we have John 23rd again. Like the previous race, a lot of John 23rds. Perfect, they're just lining up, waiting for the all clear to start their racing. And they're off. So we have Bunbury out in front at the moment by about half a boat length. Really strong, promising start here. Big, strong strokes through that water. In second place, we have, at the moment, Seth Ricardo from John 23rd. Really promising as well. But still out in front, we have Bunbury taking quite a lead at the moment by about 3 boat lengths. In lane, we have John 23rd, who took a minor crab but has recovered very quickly, not losing any distance or length against his competitors. Really good recovery. Bunbury still out in front, but fighting for that second at the moment is All Saints. Quite a promising second. Already in those red boys. Strong race here from Bunbury. Massive lead out the front. Following in next in second will be Swan River Rowing Club. And first goes to Bunbury. Second goes to that Swan River Rowing Club. And third we have between two JTC Scullers. Our lane 5 has just pushed ahead, finishing with about a boat length in front of his competition. Well done to everyone.
Up next is the Schoolboys Year 10 Boxed 8. We have in Lane 8, Shenton College, Lane 7, JTC, Lane 6, Shenton College, Lane 5, Shenton College, Lane 4, Shenton College, and a scratching in Lane 3. So the umpires will be getting ready at the 1,000 metre mark. And I'm hoping that if the Year 10 boys can get a good alignment, that we don't have a repeat of the Year 10 girls boxed 8 with a couple of collisions in their first 100 metres. So hopefully these boys they've been out in these conditions for a bit longer today, and their coxswains are going to get a better feel for how to line them up.
okay. How have you been going today? Good. That's so good. Any wins? I won the quad. That's so good. Elizabeth, I'm so proud. Are you back from your trip? Yeah, back in rowing again. So much fun. Are you coming down next week for the pennant? I think so. Bye, I'll see you there. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I think we're about to start, so I have to go back in now. Let's see you.
All right, so we've almost got alignment here for the schoolboys year 10 Cox to 8. An exciting lineup: lane 8 Shenton College, lane 7 JTC, lane 6 Shenton College, lane 5 Shenton College, lane 4 Shenton College, and then the scratching of A&A is in lane 3. So there will be no lane 3 in this race, just the 5 boats. JTC in a Shenton sandwich in the schoolboys year 10 Cox to 8. If you're at home watching the live stream, we can see the coxswains are holding their hands up, which means they're telling the umpire that they don't have alignment, and the umpires will respect that and not start. So the crews are still just making a slight few adjustments. I think the water is getting a little bit more challenging with the current that's flowing. It's just pushing them around a little bit. But they are off, and I'm already going to suspect that we're going to have a restart. The JTC and the Shenton College crew in lane 6, they have had a minor collision. They seem okay, they're already coming apart, but we are going to have to restart this race. So all crews are okay, they are untangled, and it looks like the umpires are calling for all the 5/8s to just back it up closer to the start line, but they won't get back all the way to the 1K. So at this point with a restart, when that does happen within the first 100 metres, the umpires can either decide to back it to the start line, or they can restart from any point that they deem appropriate. All right, looks like we've got a alignment for the start of the boys Year 10 Cox to 8, and it looks like they are off. So this is the 4 Shenton 8s versus JTC, and we're already going to need a quick coxswain steering here from one of the Shenton crews, but they have pulled up. I've been told they are the Year 10s. The other 3 8s and JTC 8s are the Year 9s, so it is a bit of a battle of the year groups here, as they are, even though they are competing in the Year 10 Cox State, the Year 9s do not have their own division for Cox State. So we do typically get to see the Year 9s competing in this event. Now, the boys over in Lane 8 from Shenton College, they are out to a good lead now. They're just about getting clear water on the JTC crew in Lane 7, who are being pushed by the Shenton College crew that were originally in Lane 6 that they initially had that little collision with on the first go of this race. So it is Lane 8 out with clear water now, making that press on JTC, with the Shenton College crew on the right-hand side of JTC now trying to do a little step up on them. So it is a bit of a battle going on here for second place. The 2 Shenton College crews on the right-hand side of the screens, in lanes 2 and 3, they are having a little battle themselves, but it looks like Lane 8 has got nice clear distance as they come towards the 500-metre mark. Now, Shenton College, who were originally next to JTC in Lane 6, but are in Lane 4 on our screens, they are now just building seat by seat on JTC. They're probably going to want to be chasing down their peers in Lane 8. And it looks like Lane 8, they're just putting on a bit of a spectacle here for the crowd as they come down on the crowd side of Champion Lakes. They're going to start to hear the roar as they get closer and closer to the tents. And if you are down here watching at Champion Lakes, make sure you get down now to watch these Year 10 boys come through.
It is still between for second place that JTC and Shenton crew, but it looks like Shenton is pulling away, maybe about half to a boat length in front now. So instead of building off them, instead they're going to be building off that crew, and especially once those red boys hit, building off them as well, that final sprint to the end. Whilst that Shenton crew in Lane 8 is well out in front, nice and safe, clear water, but still getting that final momentum again from that crowd and those red boys to finish off that race nice and strong. We're having a little bit of steering issues from that JTC crew, but despite that, they are still holding and fighting for that third position with Shenton in Lane 3. Looking good. I think they're about matched at the moment.
And Shenton and Lane 8 putting on a masterclass as they come through the crowd. They can hear their fans cheering. They can hear their crewmates and coaches going. They are coming up to their last final strokes of the Year 10 Cox State. Is this the dress rehearsal for state championships? Are they going to put on a masterclass in a fortnight's time? They are coming down in their Felipe, looking sharp, looking tall, as they get those final few strokes to take away the title at All Schools 3. And it'll be Shenton College in Lane 8. Excellent rowing, excellent technique from those boys, and the battle is still on. So we will have Shenton coming onto screen very shortly. These guys had the initial collision with JTC in the first edition of this race, but both of these crews have been battling it out for the whole 1,000 metres, but it will be the Shenton crew that take on third place, and the battle for third is underway. It looks like there's only 2 seats in it. It will be Shenton College in third and JTC followed in fourth. So Shenton in 1, 2, 3, JTC in fourth, and we'll have our final Shenton College crew with our Year 9s coming through into 5th place. So well done, boys, and well done to Lane 8, Shenton College. That was an absolute masterclass. Up next, we have the schoolboys open double, Division 1. We have in lane 8, Westies, lane 7, Shenton, lane 6, Swan River, lane 5, Shenton Univo BC Composite, lane 4, JTC, lane 3, Shenton, lane 2, Swan River, and lane 1, JTC. So Swan River are out with a lead coming past the 500 metre mark. So they're already halfway through this 1,000 metre race. They are closely followed by Dylan Capewell and Bailey Butler from Shenton College Uni Composite. So they are red hot on their toes, trying to chase down that Swan River crew that's had a good start. The Westies crew over in lane 8 are also doing a good job staying within the pack, but they're being challenged by JTC in both lanes 4 and 2. So third place is currently under battle with two JTC crews and Westies. And currently coming into the red boys is that Swan River double being chased down by Dylan and Bailey.
As we know, if you were watching Nationals over this summer, Dylan is infamous for that last 500 metre sprint, especially throwing that sink. So hopefully we will be able to see him push through and really contend with that Swan River Rowing Club, who is about 2 boat lengths in front right now. Really good rowing from all the crews here. We haven't really seen a change in that third position at the moment. Everyone looks steady and calm. But as we gear up for that last 150 metres, those last 30 strokes, we want to see some competition, some power. That Swan River Rowing Club still out in front. Shenton and UWA BC combo is making that push. They have gained about half a boat length. That kitchen sink is being thrown, but will it be enough as that Swan River Rowing Club is nice and calm, pushing through that water and will take out first position. Closely followed by Dylan and Bailey Butler in second. And we still have that JTC and Westies for that third. It looks mainly between the JTC at the moment. And, JTC in lane 5 will take that third. Nice work, guys.
Yes, famously at Nationals, Dylan was commentated on to be throwing the kitchen sink, the cupboard, the dishes and everything that goes with it. So we can't help but do that little line once again. Moving on to Div 2 of the Schoolboys Open Double, we have in lane 8 JTC, lane 7 Westies, lane 6 Westies, lane 5 Shenton College, lane 4 Swan River, lane 3 All Saints, lane 2 All Saints, and lane 1 Shenton College. So another full race. All 8 lanes are being contested in Div 2. And the boys are already past the 500 metre mark on the drone footage here. So it looks like Westies out in lane 6 are in a pretty good lead. But we can't write off the Shenton College crew that are in lane 1. They're also pressing. The All Saints crew in lane 3 are sitting quite comfortably in third place, followed by the JTC crew in lane 8. So currently Westies in lane 6 are in that early lead, coming into the red boys. But let's see what this Shenton College crew can do in lane 1. And if you are down on the bank, make sure you're cheering them. They are furthest away from you. Give them a really good rev up, really good yell. See if they can take and press on this Westies crew.
It is still between that Westie and Shenton crew for that first place. Currently neck and neck. And that All Saints crew for third, all for that podium. But it does look to be that Westie crew coming in first by about half a boat length, if that. Well done, Westie. Second to Shenton and third to All Saints. Really nice work, boys. Really good race. we have JTC coming in for that 4th place. About 10 more strokes for them. Followed closely by Shenton in 5th. Swan River in 6th. Westies again in 7th. And All Saints in 8th. Really nice work, guys.
So that rounds out both divisions of the Schoolboys Open Double Scull. We are moving on quite quickly to the Schoolgirls Open Cox Quad, Div 1. So this will be a highly contested race, this one. In lane 8 we have Guildford, lane 7 Swan River, lane 6 Westies, lane 5 Shenton, lane 4 Shenton, and lane 3 Fremantle. So Fremantle are off to quite a big lead as they come through the 500 metre mark. So this is a 1,000 metre race, and we are picking up the drone footage from just with less than halfway to go. The Guildford crew in lane 8 look like they're sitting in 2nd position, just by a boat length off Westies and Shenton crew in lane 5. But it is the Fremantle crew, stroked by Briar Froud, sitting at about 2 boat lengths ahead.
In our Fremantle Cox Quad, we do have Briar Froud and Letitia, who did win bronze in their double at Nationals, so sculling is definitely a strong suit to them. They know how to move a boat quickly, and that is very evident in their positioning today, coming first by, wow, about 4 to 5 boat lengths. Very, very impressive, girls. Our second is becoming quite a tight competition at the moment, with Guildford still having that lead by about a few seats. But we have Shenton College and Westies Rowing Club coming up to seeing if they can push past them. Just snag a few seats to get that lead in front of them, claiming that 2nd and 3rd podium, which will really set them up really nicely next regatta. But first we have that Fremantle Rowing Club doing really well, crossing that line nice and strong. And second is a battle. Shenton, Westies and Guildford neck and neck. Guildford does look a little bit in front, maybe about 1 canvas, nice work, and 3rd. Ooh.
That was Guildford, Westies, then Shenton, with consecutive sounds from the siren here at the finish tower, followed by Shenton, and then will be the Swan River crew to finish off this Div 1. So really tight racing there for 2nd place. And we can hear the coxswains absolutely calling it to give their rowers everything they possibly had to finish off that race. And Div 2 will have in lane 8, Fremantle, in lane 7, A&A, lane 6, Guildford, lane 5, Shenton College, lane 4, All Saints, and lane 3, JTC. There's still hot dogs at the barbecue and toasties and gourmet sandwiches upstairs in the Venues West building. If anyone has missed out on lunch or you're looking for an afternoon pick-me-up, please head up there. There's also homemade treats, tea and coffee. Go get your final fix before the last few races in an hour's time. So make the most of all the catering that our incredible Shenton College parent community have put together, and make the most of it. So you can see the girls here for the Open Cox Quad Div 2 are lining up at the 1,000 metre mark, looking like they've got good alignment, ready to start a nice clean race. So with my run this today, I'm worried I might have a commentator's curse on this one.
And they are off to a quick start, except for our boat in lane 4, which is going a little bit over the boys, saying hello to their neighbours. Okay, perfect, and everyone is off. Quite even competition here as we don't see any obvious leader. Everyone is matched, especially that All Saints and JTC crew going stroke for stroke at the moment and holding themselves steady. But let's not forget about that Fremantle crew over in lane 8 who are also holding them despite not being next to each other. Typically that is much harder in rowing, as not having that crew right next to you to push off of can sometimes leave you a bit clueless and not knowing where you are. Or you can use it to your advantage, using that to sneak up and push through the crews as they are too focused with that crew next to them. Let's see how they take it. That All Saints crew has pushed out to be about a canvas length in front of that JTC crew, but are still matched by that Fremantle crew in lane 8. Very interesting competition here as they are matching their stroke rakes and pushing through that water.
JTC have a little battle out in lane 3. They got Guildford pressing on them, who are in lane 6. It's a little battle for third place going on here, but it looks like Fremantle and All Saints are going battle for battle here for first place. This could make their times considerably fast for seeding at All School State Champs. So if you've got someone you're pressing on, you will make your fastest time possible rather than be lengths out ahead. So this could actually press both of these crews potentially to seed into the top division in a fortnight's time. Potentially, maybe that's their plan. Maybe that's where they want to be. So both of these guys are pressing towards the 500 metre mark now. Fremantle have just made a shift. So Fremantle have just come out about a boat length ahead of All Saints. Will All Saints respond to that press? JTC is still battling it in third place. They're looking about a boat length ahead of Guildford. The Shenton College and A&A crews are just at the back of the pack. They are battling it between themselves, but still holding a nice, clean, contested race. So it is still Fremantle and All Saints out the front as they come into the 250.
Fremantle's looking really strong. All of their catches going in together, sitting up nice and tall, pushing past. Soon they'll be able to hear the roar from their crowd, from their fellow spectators and people that cheer them on, which may help them push through and really deliver that final push to get clear water with All Saints. They've pushed out to be almost a full boat length. Canvases will still be overlapped and touching, but can they really make that impressive last move? All Saints will sit comfortably in that second, but it looks like JTC is really comfortable in that third position at the moment. Contact still might be with Guildford, but still very, very comfortable. Fremantle's coming through those red boys. Got about 20 strokes left with them. We can hear the coxers calling out, making those sharp, deliberate calls as they pass this tent. Really nice rowing from these girls today as we have Fremantle taking out that first position, one boat length in front and with clear water to All Saints that have got that second position, crossing the line now about 2-3 boat lengths away from JTC. We're making that final push and have secured third position, about 2 boat lengths away from Guildford, crossing that line in that fourth. The A&A and Shenton girls are battling out for that 5th and 6th. A&A do have about half a boat length up on those Shenton girls, pushing through using the last of their energy to secure that 5th position. Really nice work, guys. Really nice rowing with Shenton then coming in that 6th. Okay, now we have our Year 10 boy singles. In lane 8, we have Swan River Rowing Club with Jasper Morris Luck. In lane 7, we have Cameron Andrews. In lane 6, we have Lucas Bentley. In lane 5, we have Henry McGlue. In lane 4, we have Curtis Doff. In lane 3, we have Ben Ferraris. In lane 2, we have Oliver Charles. They are currently lining up at that moment. Last regatta in this race, Curtis Duff from Swan River Rowing Club took it out with quite a lead over John 22nd, Henry McGlue. It'll be interesting to see if he can deliver that performance again today and secure that really nice seeding that will accompany him to the States in 2 weeks. Currently they're getting that line, which seems a bit tricky with that wind at the moment as it is across, but the racing should be shortly underway. And we are off to a ripping start. So fast that even some birds sitting on the course are flying away in fear of their speed. Looking pretty even all around though at the moment. We have a few leadaways with our lane 2 and our lane 8, which are Swan River Rowing Club, and in both actually. Really nice work with them. But still even across that entire field at the moment. We have Swan River Rowing Club in lane 8 and Westies in lane 7 currently battling it out, with Swan River Rowing Club pulling away, along with Swan River Rowing Club in lane 2 and Swan River Rowing Club in lane 3 battling it out as well. But again, Swan River Rowing Club in lane 2 is pulling away again. But between those two excellent scullers, we have lane 8, Jasper Morris Luck, pulling away at the moment. His rating is significantly higher than most of his competitors, and I think that's what is giving him that edge to pull away and get out in front in that first 500 metres to secure his spot. For second, it is between those two Swan River Rowing Clubs in lane 2 and 3, Oliver Charles and Ben Ferreras, battling that for second and third, but also that Westies rower I mentioned before, Cameron Andrews as well. It's quite even between all of them, mainly between Oliver Charles and Cameron Andrews for that second position, but Ben Ferraris is not giving up that fight for that podium finish. Currently we have Curtis Duff again from Swan River Rowing Club. Wait, my apologies. From Westies, Lucas Bentley, who is currently pushing out in front to challenge himself for that third position, and our steering from Henry McGlue, John 23rd, is a little bit questionable at the moment. Coming over to say hello to Lucas Bentley are currently on the bow balls, but that does not bother mighty Jasper Morris Luck, who is out in front with quite a lead at the moment, probably one full boat length against his fellow athlete Oliver Charles, Swan River Rowing Club, lane 2. Can he pull away and get clear water? Because that will be inevitably what sets him up for next week's state champs. Henry McGlue is having some more steering issues along with Curtis McDuff and Lucas Bentley pulling away from each other at the moment. For that second place, we still have that mighty competition between Jasper Morris Luck and Cameron Andrews at that moment. They're pushing up and making a lead with Swan River Rowing Club in lane 8 at the moment for Jasper Morris Luck, making him really fight for that first place at the moment as he is on that bow line. But he is still sitting out his bow ball, peaking in front of all of his competitors. As they are crossing the line, it will be Jasper Morris Luck from Swan River Rowing Club out in first, then Westies, and then Westies again, with Lucas Bentley and Cameron Andrews taking that second and third. That podium going to 6, 7, and 8. What a competition. Really nice, lads. Okay, so we...
In Division 2 of the schoolboys Year 10 single scull, we have in Lane 8 Shenton College, Lane 7 A&A, Lane 6 A&A, Lane 5 JTC, Lane 4 Shenton College and Lane 3 Westies. So they are just getting ready, the 1,000 metre mark now. So Div 2 of the Schoolboys Year 10 single, they are coming through close to the 500 metre mark now. It looks like it's a battle between lanes 8 and 6 here from the tower. And the breeze is certainly starting to pick up a little bit here at the finish, so it's becoming a bit more of a cross breeze. Lanes 1, 2 and 3 would be a little bit more ideal in these conditions, just slightly more protected. And we're kind of moving away from that head breeze that we saw earlier in the day. So the races can get a little bit quicker because we don't have that direct head breeze, but we are now battling with a little bit of a cross current. So it makes it a bit harder for these young athletes in their single sculls to line up and to keep their own line. But it's looking like the Shenton College sculler is out in front in lane 8, in front of his competitor A&A, Spencer. So Spencer's in lane 6. He is kind of coming up on Shenton there in lane 8. And about half a boat length in it. And they're about to hit the red boys. So if you're down at the tents, down at the island, cheer these boys on, because this is looking like a little tight battle here for first place. So the Shenton sculler will be able to see that the A&A sculler in lane 6 is kind of just on his stern, and he's going to keep pushing away, especially in this final wind as he hit the red boys. So let's see if A&A sculler can make a step and can kind of get in front in these last 250 metres, and can the Shenton sculler just hold his patience and wait for his time and race his race. He's got all of his crewmates running down now alongside the bank. They're cheering for him, they're running for him. It's awesome to see all this amazing support as he comes in. He's going to have a battle on his hands, but the A&A sculler's in the buoy line, so that might be a bit challenging to get around, but it is a battle out here between these two boys. They're both in their own buoy lines, not impeding on each other. It's Shenton, it's A&A, it's lane 8, lane 6. Who is it going to be? It's a battle here for the final sprint. And it looks like it will be A&A that just take out the win in Div 2 by maybe just half a bow tank on the Shenton sculler. And Westie's coming in lane 3. They'll be third place, with A&A in lane 7 coming into 4th. So what an absolute battle there from the A&A sculler in that last 250 to make that press and to find that final wind. But awesome work from all the scullers here as the JTC sculler in lane 5 comes across the line to round out Div 2. It's awesome to have all the crewmates from the Year 10 Shenton boys all coming down to support their sculler. He made an awesome push. They should be really proud of all his efforts. So that is Division 2 out of 4. Now we move on to Div 3.
Okay, so for Division 3 in lane 8, we have Westie's Rowing Club with Joshua. In lane 7, we have John 23rd with Archie Kane. In lane 6, we have All Saints with Matthew Walker. In lane 5, we have Shenton College with Sean Tan. In lane 4, we have All Saints with Ethan G. And in lane 3, we have Westie's Rowing Club with Jack Dennis. And they are off to a ripper start. Lane 4 and 5, All Saints and Shenton College are getting very familiar with themselves, both in the same lane. But we have, I think, All Saints just in front of that Shenton College, so they are not impeding or getting into any collisions with each other. Westie's Rowing Club in lane 3 has about a boat length in front of his second place competitor, All Saints Ethan G, coming in second at the moment. Competing for that podium at the moment is lane 4, All Saints Ethan G, against his a fellow athlete, All Saints again, Matthew Walker in lane 6. All competing for that podium at the moment, but first place is still nice and comfortable with Westies Rowing Club, Jack Dennis, in lane 3 at the moment. Except All Saints is making that push up, possibly taking half a boat length up with Jack Dennis at the moment. Even though his rate is lower, he's pushing through that water, really making that distance up per stroke to challenge his competitor to push him further. Another person is lane 6, Matthew Walker, at the moment, really battling out All Saints versus All Saints at the moment for that second and third position. Both of their rates are lower, but their power is stronger through that water. As we can see with lane 4, Ethan G is pushing up against Westies rower Jack Dennis at the moment. They are basically level. Ethan G looks very calm and composed as he starts to make that push through, but Jack Dennis is taking up that rating, maybe made up about a canvas back on Ethan G, securing that spot in first yet again. As they're coming through that 500 metre mark, they are getting tired. But it's who makes that push and who doesn't, which decides that race. First and second with that Ethan G and Jack Dennis are battling it out, both level again, as Ethan G has decided to make his move, pushing bow ball in front ever so slowly. Congratulations to the Shenton rower who has just come through the line. And it is that All Saints rower who is out in front again, battling and challenging that Westies rower for that first position. In second place, we have JTC coming up and coming through, pushing through that All Saints rower to his right. But his Westies rower on his left is not making it easy for him. Pushing him up, pushing him further, trying to push past, but that JTC rower looks pretty comfortable, now battling out that Westies rower in lane 8. All Saints is looking very comfortable now in front, continuing that slower rate, but more power per stroke with that determination. Really nice rowing from him. They are well deep into the red boys now. Quoting words of Jed, it is time for them to unleash that beast and see who can push through in these last maybe tens of strokes. JTC upping that rate, pushing through, making that move really nice, really consistent and fast, almost challenging that All Saints rower now who has seen him in the corner of his eye and has picked up that rating, making sure that first is his as he crosses that line, coming in first. JTC, brilliant race, brilliant push, coming in second, and it is a battle for that third without All Saints, Westies and Westies in lane 1 and 6. All Saints, you got this, almost pushing through, but maybe a photo finish. I'm not sure who got that. That was between All Saints and Westies in lane 1 and 3. Okay, we're coming up with our Division 4 now with lane 8. Lane 8, All Saints, Benjamin Lan. Lane 7, John 23rd, Max Haywood. Lane 6, All Saints, Charlie Huang. Lane 5, Shenton College, Toyce Young. And we have our Westies rower out in front by, gosh, a lot of boat lengths. Really pushing through that water, asserting that lead at the moment by about 5 or 6 boat lengths at the moment. Followed in closely with a Shenton rower.
So it's the Westies rower out in lane 3. They are out with a comfortable lead in this final division. The Shenton College rower that's currently sitting in lane 7. They are coming through in second place. It's Westies to take out the win in Division 4. Bit of lane switching here from the boys. It's just confused the commentary box a little bit, but it's a good thing we can recognise our uniforms. So it is the Shenton College sculler who's currently in lane 7, lane 5 in the draw, who's coming across in second position. And we've got another interesting choose your own adventure happening at the top of the screen. We've decided that the finish line's on an angle, so we're going to cross 4 lanes to get there. And then All Saints coming through lane 8, who was supposedly in lane 6. But, oh well, that's makes it interesting for our schoolboy single sculls in Division 4. And some big cheers happening at the finish line for those scullers, showing off their muscles, which is always good to see, always having a bit of fun out here. So here we have the schoolgirls Year 10 double scull. Div 1, we have in lane 8 Swan River, lane 7 Guildford, lane 6 Mercedes Westies Composite, lane 5 Shenton, lane 4 Fremantle, lane 3 JTC, and lane 2 All Saints. So the girls have already started. They're coming up about to 7:50 to go. It is still a bit of a hot competition, but we do have an early leader. That would be the Fremantle crew in lane 4. So Fremantle are out, but they're being challenged by the Swan River crew in lane 8. About only a half a boat length in it at the moment. The battle for third place is happening in lanes 7, 6 and 5. So Guildford, Mercedes Westies Composite and Shenton having a little battle here for third place, going head to head. But it is the Fremantle and Swan River crews who are separated by a few lanes, but I'm pretty sure they would be able to see each other through their peripheral, be noticing who's making a little push in the lead into the 500 metre mark. The All Saints crew in lane 2, they're sitting quite comfortably, just slightly behind the pack, and then JTC a boat length behind them. But they're having a nice clean competition or race in this Div 1 seeding. It is the Fremantle crew still holding that lead on Swan River.
500 metre race is on 1 battery, so we'll swap for 1500 metre race.
The girls are approaching the 250 metre mark now. It is that Swan River crew still holding that lead, with Swan River out in lane 8 holding second. The Westies Mercedes Composite, they look like they've got a bit of a foot ahead for the third place position, but they are going to be challenged by Guildford. Crossbreeze down here at the finish line is starting to challenge a few crews with their foot steering. It's not easy being in a double and having to steer as well as race yourself. So they are going to have a few blades get a little bit tangled up in the boys. But if they can overcome that, they shouldn't be too concerned. And it shouldn't affect their placing. So Fremantle also in the boys as well as Swans, both still holding their positions. Swans are starting to make a last-minute dash towards the finish line. It looks like they're making that final push. They probably have a few more steps to do, and they do have the room to do it. It's going to be a tight battle as we come into the last 15 strokes of the Div 1 of the schoolgirls Year 10 double scull. So it is Swan River making that final push on Fremantle. Oh, it's hard to tell on the drone footage how close this could be, but it could be a photo finish down here at the finish line. It's Fremantle Swans, lane 4, lane 8. Who's it going to be? It's all in these final few strokes. What can they make of this? It will be Fremantle across the line by half a boat length on Swans. What a great race, girls. Well done to Swans for that last little push. And it'll be Westie's Mercedes Composite coming into third position, just in front of the Guildford girls, following very closely behind. Shenton College, All Saints, and then JTC to round out Div 1.
For our Division 2, in lane 8 we have Fremantle, in lane 7 we have Guildford, in lane 6 we have John 23rd, in lane 5 we have Shenton College, in lane 4 we have Fremantle, in lane 3 we have Swan River Rowing Club, and lane 2 we have Swan River Rowing Club again. They're currently lining up and off to a start. We have some questionable steering happening at the moment, and what it looks like could be a collision with lane 2 and 3 Swan River Rowing Club, but they've sorted it out, and now we have Shenton College going on quite an adventure to say hello to their neighbours John 23rd at the moment, who are running away and have not collided. Congrats to John 23rd for mitigating that mishap. Swan River Shenton Rowing Club currently going back into their lane, and with that extra burst of speed to run away from Shenton College, John 23rd is out in front by quite a good lead, a nice boat length. And we have Fremantle coming over to say hello, and John 23rd also to say hello to their fellow competitors. Nice and friendly competition, as you can see, but it is that Guildford crew all the way out in front with their nice yellow M-Packer. About 2 to 3 boat lengths in front of their competitors in lane 2 and 3, who are Swan River Rowing Club and Swan River Rowing Club. Currently, Swan River Rowing Club is choosing that they do not like their lane and going over to lane 4, which has cost them quite a bit of distance up on their other crews, but they are sitting in third at the moment with their friend Swan River Rowing Club in lane 2 up and about. Guildford still has that really good lead on everyone. Swans is out in front with Guildford pushing up with them. I think they've made up about a boat length, which is really impressive. Swans is making a push at the moment, upped up that rate for a power 10 strokes through that 500 metres to push away and solidify their place, hopefully coming into those red buoys. Guildford looking really strong in lane 2 at the moment. And we have Fremantle weaving in and out of lane 3 and 4 at the moment across that buoy line, but still really solid in that third place at the moment. So our podium's currently looking like first with Swan River Rowing Club, second with that Guildford, and third with that Fremantle. All boat lengths apart with Swan with clear water. They've made it into that red buoys at the moment. People are coming down from the tents to cheer and shout for the last push, the last burst of that energy, emptying the tank. It looks like that Guildford crew is catching up on that Swan River rowing crew at the moment. They've made up some length, but how much have they made up? Can they close that gap? Can they make it level? I guess we will see. That Shenton crew coming in third has also made up move. Let's go, guys. Unleash that beast. See what you can do. Push through those last 10 strokes. In first place, about to cross the line, we do have that Swan River Rowing Club. Early lead. First finish. In that second place, we do have that Guildford looking out of the boat to that Shenton to make sure that they are okay. Crossing the line in that second. And we have that Shenton College crossing the line in that third. Nice and comfortable, about 4 boat lengths away from Rio, who crossed the line now in fourth. Then we have Frio in another lane 1. And Swan River Rowing Club in 4th. Fremantle in 5th. And JTC in 6th. Nice rowing, ladies.
If you're at the lake today, this is your last chance to get a raffle ticket. So please head on down ASAP. Go get your raffle tickets. We will be drawing the raffle very soon. So get down, be in it to win it, get your raffle tickets.
I would also like to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. It is July 25th, Christmas in July to all those that celebrate it. I myself am an avid Christmas fan, so Merry Christmas to everyone. Hopefully we get lots of medals and lollies. So yeah, Merry Christmas.
Up next, we have the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad, Division 1. In Lane 8, Swan River. Lane 7, Shenton College. Lane 6, Shenton College. Lane 5, ANA. And Lane 4, JTC. So we have 2 divisions of this event, and it's only 500 metres. So the boys are off, however, I think they may be stopped. There has been a collision in Lane 7 and Lane 6. So the 2 Shenton crews have come together, but they are still racing. So because it is 500 metres, sometimes we just need to press on. The race is too short in itself to do a restart, so the crews have kept going. So we can see here, now that the drone's caught up, that we have the 2 Shenton crews lagging behind, as they did have a slight little friendly hello to each other. And they've obviously missed each other from the 20 minutes that they were out on the water separated. Wanted to say hi again. So we have JTC in lane 4. They are off to a rocket start, and they're being challenged by the Swan River crew in lane 8. The ANA crew in lane 5, they still have contact with JTC, so they're sitting in third place at the moment, and the boys are in the red boys now. So JTC looking like they may need to recover their blades nice and quickly, otherwise Swan River are going to capitalise on that opportunity and take a lead in these final moments of this Division 1 race. So it looks like Swan River have just got their nose out ahead. If JTC just had a minor slip up with their oars, and that means Swan River have come through and gotten at least a couple of seats, if that, on top of JTC. So we'll see what happens in these final few strokes with Year 9s. Again, anything can happen. And it will be Swan River, just by about a second or not even on JTC, followed by ANA in third place. We'll have the 2 Shenton crews that unfortunately did have a minor collision at the start, coming through in those final places. So luckily it is the dress rehearsal for a fortnight's time, so we don't have the big bucks riding on these races today, but the boys will be wanting to put in their best performance in 2 weeks' time. So moving on to Division 2 of the same event, we have in Lane 8, Swan River, Lane 7, JTC, Lane 6, Shenton College, Lane 5, Shenton College, and in Lane 4, we have an All Saints and Bunbury composite. So unfortunately, we're not seeing JTC in this race. They are coming down the emergency lane. I think they just got a boat breakage. So it is just the Swan River, Shenton, and All Saints Bunbury composite coming down the course. So the All Saints Bunbury composite look like they have a good lead out there in lane 2, in what is lane 2, even though they're meant to be lane 4. But that's okay. They're taking the more protected lane, head race style, choose your own adventure. And they've got an early lead. Swan River in lane 8 are sitting in second place, but they are taking quite a slight bend, which may slow down their time slightly. So we can see on the live stream that is unfortunately just the JTC crew doing a row through, and the race is still on for the win in Division 2. So All Saints and Bunbury composite coming through on the top end of the course. And it's awesome to see Bunbury athletes doing composite crews with our Perth athletes so they can get races in these big boats. And what a win for these guys. How awesome is that? They are going to be followed up by Swan River, who are in lane 8. And then we will have the 2 Shenton College crews to round out this Division 2 of the schoolboys Year 9 Cox Quad.
Now we move on to our schoolgirl Year 9 doubles. We have 3 divisions that are going to be happening with them. But our first one, in lane 8 we have Bunbury, in lane 7 we have All Saints, in lane 6 we have Swan River Rowing Club, in lane 5 we have ANA, in lane 4 we have Guildford, in lane 3 we have John 23rd, and in lane 2 we have Shenton College. They're just getting lined up right now, and their race should shortly begin. Almost packed out race, 7 lanes. Exciting. I would just like to give one more reminder as we're waiting for this race to start, that this is your final call to get raffle tickets. I repeat, final call. I want to see people running up because these hampers have insane items in them, donated very kindly by UWA rowers, but also the Shenton parents. Lyra and I did construct them, so we made sure that every single hamper has amazing goodies in them, as well as Coach Maisie Dawson was the one that finalised and beautified every single hamper. So please, a lot of effort has gone into these, both by parents and athletes, and it would be amazing for everyone to be in it to win it, to be able to get one. So please, final call for raffle tickets. And our first division of our schoolgirl Year 9 doubles are off to a start. In lane 5 we have A&A, which is leading by about half a boat length to a full one, out in front early, nice and comfortable. Really setting the tone for the race that they are the ones to beat, they are the ones to push up against. Our doubles aren't only a race, they are also foot steered. And it is incredible that these Year 9 girls are not only racing and pushing themselves, but they are the ones steering the boat and making the calls. Doubles are not easy, any foot steering boats are not easy, so it is absolutely incredible to the ones that finish the line. A&A is still out in front, but seem to be having some They actually have not started the race.
We're actually just warming up that one, so we are ready to go for the start of the Div 1 Schoolgirls Year 9 double, and it looks like they are in a good position now to get ready to go, and it'll be good spread amongst this race. We've got all the clubs and schools kind of represented along here, of one boat from each. We've got no double ups from any particular school or club, so it'll be quite exciting to see who can take out this one. But see on the live stream, we're just trying to get a final adjustment. We do have a couple of interesting angles, and I mean, they're off and away, so I guess learn the hard way, steer it straight away and try and get a straight line and avoid a collision.
As we can see, that is very hard, as we do have Swan River Rowing Club lapping over from lane 6 into 5, but that does not bother Lane 5, A&A, as I said before, I predicted and foreshadowed they would be out in front, and they are. Along with Lane 1, Shenton College, battling it out as they are almost level. Same as with Lane 8, Bunbury. We have 3 boats all level at the moment, all competing, all in it, as well as Swan River Rowing Club in Lane 6. This is a feisty competition. This is hot. This is ready to go. 500 metres is not a long distance, yet so much can happen in it. Moving up, moving down, as we can see with that Swan River Rowing Club in Lane 6. They are pushing up against that A&A. They are taking as much water as they can and really challenging the authority. So far, it is between that Shenton College in Lane 2, Swan River Rowing Club in Lane 6, Guildford in Lane 4, A&A in Lane 1, and Bunbury in Lane 8. It is hot, it is ready. Bunbury's looking really good in that Lane 8 at the moment. Their canvas just peeking in front of A&A in Lane 5. It is quite a choose your own adventure, as Lara likes to say, with lines in this race. As I said before, foot steering is hard, it is complicated to do, especially while sprinting. And that A&A is peeking in front, competing with that Bunbury, both Balbal and Balbal at the moment. Balbal just peeking in front with that Bunbury, really sprinting up, jacking up that rate, pushing all the way through to that line. That line is going crazy on an angle, but Bunbury comes in first, A&A in second, Guildford in third, Bunbury in fourth, JTC in second, All Saints really, really lovely rowing, girls. Amazing race that was. Insane finish there, really hot, jacking up the rate, pushing all the way through. No hesitation, just pure beast. Lovely race.
So in Div 2 of the schoolgirls double scull, we have a birthday girl in Lane 8 from All Saints. So Kiki, happy birthday. Shout out to Kiki. She's out there. She usually coxes, but she's giving the double scull a red hot crack. So All Saints, Lane 8, birthday girl. Lane 7, Mercedes. Lane 6, All Saints. Lane 5, John 23rd. Lane 4, Shenton. And Lane 3, Mercedes. So the girls are getting ready now at the 500 metre start line, and they should be starting quite shortly. And Div 2 of the Year 9 double scull is off and away. So there are, again, some interesting angles going on here. The umpires have got their work cut out for them. But you know who's unaffected by all of that? The birthday girl in Lane 8. So All Saints out ahead, nice and early. They avoided all the kind of the little mini collisions that kind of happen in the middle of the course. And they are being pressed by Mercedes, who are in Lane 3. So Mercedes are doing a little push here. Shenton are also just kind of sitting a little bit back. And we also then have All Saints pressing on the other All Saints crew in Lane 8. So looks like All Saints and All Saints having a little training paddle out here that they would normally have down in Shelley. They're probably used to paddling with each other, but it's the birthday girl, birthday honours. Surely she can take this one out over 500 metres. Mercedes are going on a little adventure, slight detour to the car park, but nonetheless, they are still heading towards the finish line, so that's okay. The All Saints crews are unaffected, so they are holding a line. They are coming through. The birthday girl has gone into the emergency lane. Maybe she just wants a bit more crowd rev up. Make sure you are cheering for her as she comes down. She wants to hear that crowd. And that Shenton College crew are just sitting just slightly behind the All Saints crew in the middle of the course. So these 4 crews are coming down into the red boys now, with the birthday girl looking like she might have a lead here. Cheering out for her. This would be the best present she probably could ask for. And as she battles it out against her other All Saints crewmates, Mercedes are on the far end. Shenton are coming into 3rd place. Can the All Saints girl just go hard on bow side? Just go hard on bow side. Oh no. It looks like lane 8 All Saints have just beached their boat, and the All Saints crew in lane 6 may take 1st place in this race, with the Shenton crew coming into 2nd, which means that Mercedes will fall into 3rd place. Well, Sophie, that could just be a birthday you won't forget.
I don't think it will be, especially as they are back up and running, going past that emergency lane, back into the course, and gonna go across that finish line. Good recovery, and shout out to all the All Saints people on the shore that helped push them back out so they could restart their race. Good work, Kiki.
Cool, awesome racing there. We got 2 All Saints, Shenton and Mercedes. It's great to see the schools battling it out in their division. Now, to wrap up the final division of the schoolgirls Year 9 double, we have in lane 8 Guildford, lane 7 A&A, lane 6 Shenton, lane 5 JTC, lane 4 All Saints, and lane 3 All Saints. So we've got a bit of a battle of the schools, and A&A coming in here to see if they can ruin the party. Bit of club representation amongst the schools. We're going to see who can take out Div 3 of this final event. 500 metres, there's not much that's going to be in it. And once we're done with these, with this division, we're on to the senior 1500 metre 8s, which Shuko, bit of a favourite of mine. I'm pretty stoked. Are you?
Oh, I'm so excited. They are fast, they are ready, they are the experts in their league. They are the role models who everyone else looks up to and everyone else wants to be. So they are the people to win, and they are the people in it to win it and to watch. We are getting in line with our 3rd division for the doubles at the moment. Looking pretty good. UWA fixing their line at the moment, thankfully.
Yeah, with the PDZs, we just pull it up here. So let's point down. Yeah, just try
We have buddying up currently happening in the lanes. If there's not one boat, there is 2. So this race should be quite exciting, as foot steering will be a massive part of it, and they are ready, steady and off racing today. JTC looking good, along with Guildford pushing up, pushing past, battling currently All Saints all the way on the other side of the lake. Shenton taking a bit of a rogue line.
This is why I love Year 9 doubles. You never know what quite to expect when they're coming down the course. Yeah, look, we do still have a race at hand. The Shenton crew will just get back in line and they'll finish off this one. But it looks like the Guildford crew in lane 8 are off to a good lead, and they are being challenged. And it's going to be A&A that are challenging Guildford here. So JTC have also moved across lanes, and they're going to come and say hello to A&A, but I don't think they're going to impede on them. So they're about a boat length behind A&A, but they will get caught up in a little bit of their wash. So JTC not quite in clear water, but Guildford is out with a nose ahead of A&A, and it looks like that will be 1, 2, 3 coming into the 250 metre mark.
This is quite impeccable steering from Guildford and A&A, especially from Guildford, dead straight line that entire time, which has made up that boat speed for them. And that is quite evident as they now are taking more than a canvas off A&A, their competitor in lane 7 at the moment. Third is quite a battle as we have JTC versing All Saints at the moment. Third, yeah, insane. All Saints in lane 3, All Saints in lane 4, and then JTC in lane 5, which are crossing over to say hello to A&A in lane 7 at the moment, who are in it to win it for third position. But for first, Guildford is looking quite comfortable out in front. They are taking up that rate, but A&A is pressing up against them. Guildford coming in on a bit of a strange angle, but will take out first, A&A in second, and JTC with about a boat length or two in front of the All Saints crew taking out that third. All Saints now battling it out, looking very level, matching their rates. Maybe a photo finish, but it does look like All Saints in lane 3 took that fourth position over All Saints in lane 5. With our Shenton crew making it down that course, looking strong, not giving up and pushing through that water. With a crowd of supporters currently running alongside of them, shouting out that name, giving them that final motivation, that final push to make it through to that line. They're back up in sync, they're back up running, and they're strong through that water. Let's go, Shenton. Really nice work. Shenton has crossed that line. Everyone in that schoolgirls double should be so proud of yourselves.
The schoolboys open coxed 8, contested over 1,500 metres, has begun. So we have in lane 8, Shenton College, in lane 7, JTC, in lane 6, West Australian Rowing Club, and in lane 5, Swan River. So we have a very, very quick start here from Swan River, looking sharp and up and about. There is a hot contest going on here with Westies and Shenton. They're kind of sitting bow ball for bow ball. Swans have moved to about a boat length now ahead of Westies and Shenton, with JTC a boat length behind those two crews. So it's looking like a hot battle here, but it's too early to call any sort of placing. Anything can happen over the 1,500 metre distance. So the Shenton College crew, they have been quite dominant in this event over the last 2 regattas, and they will be looking to seek the state championship title for their school. This crew is made up of Year 11s. They are close, they are tight-knit, and they've been training this boat with a lot of pride. So they will be coming into this with a lot of passion to get up ahead. And Swan River have entered an 8 that is quite a high calibre of athletes. A lot of them did compete in the Pathways 8s this year, but they will be looking to seek an early lead with how dominant Shenton have been this season already. So we still look like Swans are sitting a boat length ahead. We've got Westies and Shenton battling it out together, and JTC now have probably got another boat length behind Westies and Shenton. So we come through the first 500 now, going into about the middle 500 of this 1,500 metre race. And it is looking like Swans are staying sharp and up and about through the front end. Shenton and Westies are still battling it out there for second place.
This is an incredible race with all the boys. Swan River Rowing Club out in front, out nice and strong. They're rating up and their catches in. That battle between Shenton and Westies at the moment is neck and neck. They are going bow ball for bow ball. Their stroke rates matching up. Absolutely insane pressure from these boys as they are just sending it through the water. All crews are looking really confident and strong today, coming out from a great start.
And Swan River are not leaving anything to question here. They are pushing out. They've probably pushed out now to 2 lengths ahead of Westies and Swans. It looks like Westies may just have a slight nose ahead of Shenton, but Shenton are not letting this in. They're not letting this one go, especially with 500 to go. That's where the race starts to open up. That's where it gets exciting. So Westies are powering through to try and chase up to Swans here, but Swans are holding this length, and if not, getting a little bit more in front in the lead up to that final 500 to the red boys. They're searching for those red boys, ready to see it in their peripheral, and they're ready to do their final wind. It is still battle for battle with Shenton and Westies. This has been a hotly contested race from the start between these two crews, and we're going to see how either Shenton can get a nose out ahead of Westies as they come into the red boys. What kind of step are they going to do to press and to get them to fold? But it may be Westies that can hold them off through that push. Swans have entered that last 250 metres now. They are looking pretty set and confident in taking out this title for All Schools 3. And it will be up to Westies to see if they can hold off this push and press from the Shenton College crew. They're coming down the crowd now. They can hear the cheers. They can hear the adrenaline. Being in lane 8, they may just feel that in their bones and find that extra little punch, that extra little deposit in the watt bank to find that push. And it's Swans coming through now, coming towards the finish line, taking their last final few strokes. A very competitive race from them. Well done to Swan River Rowing Club. West Australian Rowing Club just have a nose out ahead of Shenton College. They've got them just by about a seat. What an awesome race between those two crews. Well done to those boys' crews. With JTC now coming through shortly behind. And Schoolgirls Open Coxed 8 final. So we have in lane 8, Shenton College, stroked by Sophie Fitzgerald. In lane 7, Fremantle, stroked by Briar Froud. Lane 6, Shenton College, stroked by Rachel Sinclair. Lane 5, Guildford, stroked by Lieve Ludgate. And in lane 4, JTC, stroked by Addie Pampantino. So the girls are off and racing the 1500 metre race. It looks like, well, Fremantle in lane 7 and Shenton in lane 8 are off to a very strong start. So Fremantle are a newer addition this week to the Schoolgirls Coxed Open 8. They haven't been competing in the last two regattas, and the Shenton girls in lane 8 are the ones that have been winning it by at least 40 seconds to a minute. So they will have a bit more competition this week, and they're ready for it. Let's see what they can produce here.
These Shenton girls are really strong, as we can see from their past competitions. But this Fremantle crew is looking like they are versing, if not matching them as well. They are going stroke for stroke, exactly the same rate, exactly the same power. But it looks like that Shenton 8 has just inched that bow ball in front of them. And besides that, in lane 6 and in lane 5, we have Shenton and Guildford also battling it out. They are level at the moment. They are fighting for it. It looks like Guildford just has that bow ball in front of Shenton, and then closely followed behind we have John 23rd, still in that competition, still fighting. They have not lost connection at all. Shenton has now pulled maybe a seat or two in front of that Fremantle crew, looking strong through the middle of this race here.
Yes, definitely Shenton gaining a couple of seats here on Fremantle. They are right in the borderline though, but that's okay. They're keeping away from the blades so they don't get tangled up and intertwined with the boys. They are making a slight steering adjustment, but hopefully that's the final adjustment they need to do as they start to approach the midway point. Now, Shenton are about 2 to 3 seats ahead of Fremantle at this stage. They have made clear water on the other 3 crews in this race, with Guildford sitting in about 3rd position on the second Shenton crew. JTC are also matching with that Shenton second crew. So out in the front is the Shenton College crew in lane 8. They are really putting on a masterclass here for Fremantle. It is literally seat for seat going on here between lanes 8 and 7, and this was exactly the kind of battle we knew we were going to see today.
This is insanely impressive for Shenton and Fremantle Rowing Club at the moment. The amount of clear water they have is outstanding. Guildford is putting up a really good battle between the Shenton and John 23rd at the moment. They are about a quarter to a half of a boat leg in front of Shenton and that JTC crew. And at the same time, Shenton in lane 8, their Cox is currently sitting on the canvas of Fremantle, slowly but surely pushing and inching forward.
Yeah, that Shenton crew have just made an absolute shift here coming into the 500 metre. You can see it. They have put in about 4 seats into this Fremantle crew. They are racing their race. They are staying calm. They knew they were going to have the competition coming into this regatta, and they are proving to really perform under the pressure. They are looking now for clear water. They want it, and their coxswain will be calling for it. The coxswain is sitting on their bow ball. Who knows if they've called bow ball or not, if that's the kind of strategy they're going for, or they're just going to stay internal and keep pushing along. They have broken there. That little bit of bow tank to bow stern tank, it is happening. And still at the back of the pack is still competition there for 3rd. JTC may have edged a little bit in front of Guildford, with the second Shenton College crew now sitting behind Guildford. So there's a little battle happening for 3rd as they come in through to the last 500 metres. But it's the Shenton College crew in lane 8. They are coming up to the 250 to go, and they have now broken water. They have clear water on the Fremantle bow tank, and they are powering through. They can feel the energy of the crowd now building. People are coming down, lining the banks. This is the blue ribbon event of all schools. It is the Schoolgirls Open Cox State, the dress rehearsal before state champs. Will Shenton put in a dominant performance here to showcase what they've been working so hard all season for? The girls almost did it last year with Fremantle piped them at state champs. Now it's the next generation coming through, and they've broken water. They are in the lead with 250 to go. It is a boat length in front. Will Shenton take it up even more to put more damage in the bank? I don't know. I reckon they will. They can see the finish line. They can hear the crowd. There is a battle for third happening at the back. JTC look like they have inched forward of Guildford. Guildford will be fighting about 4 seats down from JTC now. They'll be fighting for third place to get podium finish. But at the finish line, it is Shenton coming through, looking strong, sharp, confident as they glide through the water. They are in the row. They love it. They can feel it. And it is stroked by Eleanor Frank, my superstar. Sophie Fitzgerald in the 7th seat. They've crossed the finish line in first place with open water on Fremantle Rowing Club. Congratulations, Shenton College. They have come to the competition today. They have gotten in ahead. They've fought that battle and they've taken seat by seat. And I mean, if you're standing here on the bank, you need to be watching that one on the live stream. That was a great one to be watching. The battle for third place is still on, and JTC are ahead by half a canvas. Guildford still have contact with JTC, and the Shenton second 8 crew are just sitting with their bow ball on the Guildford coxswain. But it'll be JTC coming into third place. What an awesome push by them to come through Guildford, and Guildford coming into 4th, and Shenton College into 5th place. So well done to the schoolgirls. Open Cox to 8s there. Congratulations to Swan River winning the boys Open Cox Day and Shenton College winning the girls Open Cox Day, our 2 blue ribbon events of the All Schools program. Thank you so much for tuning into the live stream today, anyone at home, and if you're going to be watching the replay of this later tonight, welcome, and I hope you enjoyed. Big thank you to Jed, who commentated earlier this morning, and a big thank you to Sophie Strickland, who commentated this afternoon with me. Any final words, Stricko?
An insane day of racing. Everyone put their absolute all into today and should give themselves an absolute pat on the back. Insane work, guys. So proud of everyone. And thank you, Lara, for also hosting us today. She was amazing. Straight on it with everything. So yeah, nice work, Lara.